think I'm streaming. Considering the frequency of which I was streaming, like the past couple of weeks, and then today, I haven't streamed since last week. It feels like it's been a while. Let's see here. Let me make sure I can hear my own audio. Sounds good. All right, so we'll take that. It's all good. Sorry, I just banged the microphone. All right. Okay, let's see here. That's gone. Let's check Discord really quick. Bar- Barney of the Rubble, welcome in. How's it going? Wonderwall? Is there a trick that we can retheme as Wonderwall? That's a question. But welcome in, Barney of the Rubble. How's it going? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome in, Bert. How's it going? Gibson Lens. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, I can see that. I saw you were hanging out in ZD Major 7 stream. Kyo Demon, thank you so much for the resub for 7 months. Thank you, Kyo. How's it going? Welcome in. How you doing? Oh dear, Chan is late. I don't know if Chan's gonna make it because Chan was doing an in real life stream like minutes ago, and I think he was at a casino, so presumably probably not gonna be here, or at least maybe not until later. Random Man 29, welcome in. How's it going? Q Demon says work was murder. Oh, I'm sorry. That yeah, if it was rough, my sympathies. But Random Man 29 says, "Hi, just in for a bit." All right, thanks for hopping in for a bit, Random Man 2029. Good to see you. How's everybody today? Hopefully everybody's doing well. I am applying cheating gloves at the moment. If anybody doesn't know what cheating gloves are, here we are. I just get tactility on my fingers. But too much activity. Yeah, I didn't know what too much activity was, and I thought I was a pretty ambitious guy back before, pandemic, before having a kid. And now when you have a kid, I don't know if you have any kids, Random Man, but when you have a kid, the activity, it doesn't sound like it's that much more intense, but like every activity just seems to be more painstaking and exhausting than it sounded probably prior to having kids. Not enough rest. Yeah. And it's probably hard to get rest nowadays. I just feel like everybody is busy all the time, and we just live in a world where everybody is busy all the time. So, Durkee Blaine, welcome in. How's it going? How you doing today? Good to see you, Durkee Blaine. Actually, before we proceed too late, let's go ahead and do some shout outs. Guys, if you're not following our friend and mod Gibson Lens, please give Gibson Lens a follow. Gibson Lens, a pianist, a composer, video game developer, and a movie critic. Turkey Blaine says, Super Mario Galaxy movie with the fam. Did you go see the new movie? I had heard that it was coming out. I didn't realize it was this weekend, but yeah, I did like the first new movie from a few years ago, so I was excited to see the new one. But anyway, guys, Gibson Lens was working on a game at Double Fine Studios. Kiln, the open beta started a few days ago, but I think it's over now, right? Is that my apologies? I was unable to play during the time frame, but I mean, if anybody was really interested in playing the game, it's gonna come out in like a week and a half, so it's like I think so. It's like almost out anyway. Open beta ended 2.5 hours ago. Okay, yeah. That's it. Welcome in, Charlie's Beats. How's it going? I didn't go see it. Oh, sort of found it on VC bot. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's why. Okay, that makes sense for why I thought it wasn't out yet, because it isn't. So hold on. Super Mario Galaxy movie release date. We're just gonna double check before we proceed. Confirm I'm human. I'm not a robot. Just give me the. I just wanted to search for a release date as of April 12th. Oh, it comes out. It came out today. Came out today. Okay. It is in theaters. Oh, okay, okay. There we go. So it did come out today. All right. Let's see. Also, guys, if you're not following our friend Demon, let's give Demon a follow. Also, let me open up the Twitch deck. I haven't even done anything yet, besides put on the cheating gloves. But we have the signed 9 of spades for Demon 956. Thank you so much for the resub. Greatly appreciate it. And Demon, yes. Andres, welcome in, Andres. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Oh, I just realized. Let me turn on the trick list. And we'll pin that. But anyway, how's everybody doing today? Hopefully everybody had a wonderful weekend. Feel free to let me know how it went. So I know it's spring, and my nose knows it because I'm sneezing a lot more. It's itchy and all that. So all that fun stuff, quote unquote. All right, let's see. Guys, are not following our friend Durkee Blaine. Please give Durkee Blaine a follow. Durkee Blaine, variety gamer, but also has done some magic on stream. Is also a magician as well. So definitely give our friend Derek Durkee Blaine a follow. And if you're not following our friend Charlie's Beats, please give Charlie's Beats a follow. Charlie's Beats, musician, composer, gamer, all around words on stream player, all around prestigious chatter. Charlie's Beats also a mod for many other streams. I think Charlie is modding ZD Major 7 right now, right? Yep, I see Charlie over there. I just got a comment on. I got a whisper from Twitch. Somebody was like, "Love your acts, show, personality, presentation, etc." But I can't watch because your framing drives my inner cinematographer absolutely nuts. Too much space above my head. I won't call out who it was, but it's actually someone who was a semi regular. So, but no, they mean well, and thank you so much for that comment. My apologies for the cinematographer. I don't know. I feel like this is okay, right? This much space. Okay, let's see. Do we shout out everybody? Let me know if I missed anybody, or if you started streaming and I didn't know you streamed. Now would be a good time to let us know. Thanks, Charlie, for the crazy love. All right. So let me do a random one. Okay, this will be a random warm up. Okay, that's fine. We can do this one. Charlie's Beast, thank you so much for the 5 stream watch streak. Thank you kindly. All right, so here we have a Twitch deck, and I'm gonna go ahead and let's give this a mix. Now, when we cut the deck into 2, we're gonna have 2 piles, roughly equal. They don't have to be exact, but we're going to need a card selected from this first pile. It's a warm up, so I'll just go ahead and just let's say it's this one. So it is the dime package signed Joker. So the dime package signed Joker, and we're going to go ahead and hide that back into the middle of this deck, or this packet right here. And then for this one, we'll need another one selected. And actually, we'll just go ahead and do the same thing. Let's go ahead and have this one selected. Funny enough, it is the other signed Kimuraki signed Joker. And we're just going to go ahead and keep that over here as well. Now, we're going to go ahead and flip this one face up, leave this one face down, and we're going to shuffle these into each other. And then here we go. Andres, thank you so much for the 25 stream watch streak. Andres, thank you so much for that 25 stream watch streak. So, as I say, if anybody has any sort of watch streaks, although this past week it should have been pretty easy because I don't think I streamed except since Sunday. Turkey Blade redeemed Mind Blown. What? Both Jokers. Whoa, I know. Turkey Blaine, you can pretend to know that it was a coincidence, or maybe it wasn't a coincidence. So, whatever you want, we'll let you believe it. Okay, all right. And then we'll just do this one more cut. Boom. Now, I'm going to go ahead and use my shadow. So I'm going to use my shadow. I'm going to use my hand, cast a shadow over the deck, and we're going to fix every single card right now. And I don't know if you can tell, but the entire deck is fixed. The entire deck is now facing in the same direction, except for two cards. And they are the red Joker and the black Joker. And that, my friends, is a warm-up. Felden Kane, welcome in. How's it going? Sorry, I have to work. I have work to do. Hi, everyone. Yeah, no problem, Todd. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. You guys are not following our friend and mod, Todd. That rhymes. Definitely give Todd a follow. Felden Kane, Variety Gamer. I think Felden Kane has been talking about not playing JRPGs, and so things will be coming up. At the moment, Felden Kane has jumped on a project, so you might be doing work. So might not be streaming as much as before, but still streaming. Felden Kane says, "Thank you for the shout out, Namin. Hope you're doing well, my friend." Thanks, Felden Kane. For the most part, I'm not doing too badly. I'll tell you about a couple of things in a few minutes. But at the moment, let me take a sip of my tea. Guys, if you've been sitting around for a while and you've not hydrated, please feel free to hydrate. I got my latest shipment of tea, and this time I tried another online tea retailer, and they're called Adagio Teas. And I'm having an herbal tea called Chocolate Honey Bush, I think. Or Honey Bush Chocolate. I don't remember. So here we go. Oh, by the way, I've had this before, so. Delicious. All right, so let's see. That was this one. And then let's see here. Oh, I see that there's a warning for an ad break coming, so we can pause until the ad break is done before proceeding with the next trick. At the moment, though, I see Charlie's Beats with the emote where we're going to be changing Gibson Eyes to Gibson Sus Eyes. That was also very sus, so that worked out. See, so the eyes can look down. That tea flavor. Okay. Oh, I might be remembering the tea name wrong. Hold on. But it's actually called Honeybush chocolate tea. Yeah, that's that's exactly what it is. Okay. If anybody's curious, I didn't remember wrong. Not that you guys technically really cared, probably if it was just slightly off, but just for my own personal, I remembered correctly, which means I still have a good memory. Okay, where was I? Oh yes. Oh yeah. Sus eyes to not sus eyes. And then not sus eyes to okay, see sus eyes and then he's looking down. And then from sus eyes to Pog. Gibson Pog. Wait. Can I make this my face?
You just blew my mind.
All right. There we go. All right. Charlie's Beat says, after you said that, I think the flavor the first time, I could only think of Sticker Bush Symphony. That's funny because I actually thought of like video game songs too because I thought Honey Bush was actually in the name of a song, but it might have been crossing the same wires that you were crossing. Thanks for the mind blown, QD. So anyway, I did get a bunch of different teas to sample from this place because they had boxes of tea samplers for like 3 or 4 teas per sampler, and so I'm like, all right, that's probably the fairest way. I'll just get a bunch. Alstro Art, welcome in. How's it going? What up, crazy? I'm up, Alstro Art. Welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. All right. Sorry, the ad break was finishing while we were doing those shenanigans, so I could. But all right. So let's go ahead and actually, normally I'll do this with 1, 2, and 3, but because Kyodemon requested, let's use the 7, 8, and 9 of spades. But I actually did a magic event earlier today. I'll tell you guys about it after this trick. But it was a fun time. So, all right, here we go. As I said, we'll be using the. Actually, you know what? We're going to do it. So, we have the 9 of spades, signed by our friend Kyodemon956, also this requester of this trick. Then we have the 8 of spades. Then we have the 7 of spades. Now, if I take the 7 of spades, place it on the bottom, in this case, this could represent the 7 of spades starting off in Tartarus while playing Hades. But the 7 is very good, and that 7 is able to come up to the top to Temple of the Styx. And there we go. So the 7 does happen to get out. Now the 8 makes it to the Temple of the Styx. However, it happens to lose and go back all the way down to the bottom of Hades, where Tartarus is. Because now if we take a look, there it is. And then finally, I don't know if you guys know, but Kyo is our resident Hades expert and has played a lot. So we're going to leave Kyo sticking out. So let's say we join Kyo's stream and it happens to be in the middle of doing a run. Let's say it's a 23 heat run. I'm just picking some random number, that's. But now what we're going to do is if you watch the stream as Kyo plays, you'll be able to see right here, right? That's still like kind of at the bottom there. As we watch Kyo play, Kyo will slowly make his way towards the surface, the top, which if you can kind of tell, there's actually a single card in between the 7 and the 8, which is near the top at the Temple of the Styx, which is on the surface, which is how you get out of Hades. And the way you get out of Hades is by watching Kyodemon play, because there's no possible way you will really be able to get up to the top without having some skill and strategy. And that, my friends, is Elevon, slightly themed as Hades for Kyodemon. Thank you for that request. hopefully you enjoyed. But oh, Keo, I have to tell you that I played a few games off stream this past week, and I unlocked a bunch of story stuff. So I maxed out Deuce's relationship. I did Achilles his contract. I haven't even seen Achilles or Patroclus since I've finished the contract. I bought everything in the lounge. That's all done. I have all of the hidden weapon aspects. Um, I have all of the basic keepsakes and almost all of like the chthonic companions. I'm missing only one. Um, so yeah, that's where we're at. But otherwise, doing pretty good in terms of making progress in Hades. I say progress, but now I've logged like over 80 plus hours to the game. But it's still pretty fun. Like, and I'm challenging myself, and I'm doing right now. I'm around heat like 4 to 6 for basically all of the weapons. I think maybe one of the weapons I might be on heat 3, but I just choose the one that gives me more bonus stuff like darkness and gemstones because I'm like, well, if I'm gonna do a run, I might as well. It doesn't jump to all the weapons equally, which is super weird. So I don't know. I don't understand why. That at least it doesn't jump in that way. All right. Let's see here. Do 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 do. Let's see. Keo has requested a trick. Thank you for that request. Andres has requested a trick. Thank you for that request. All right, so let's get started with getting ready for one. Oh yeah, so earlier today I actually booked a large conference room in my library because I did an introduction to a sleight of hand for a small audience, and I can tell you more about that after this trick. All right. Okay. All right. So here I've set aside some cards. We have the four kings. The four kings. I'm going to layer them like this. So we're going to layer them with a black king, a red king, a black king, and then a red king. Now, if I was to ask you, well, which two kings are on the top? I think a lot of people would say a black king and a red king, right? But if I just snap, I'll show you that actually both red kings are on the top. I don't know if you can see that, but here they are. They're actually both on the top. Um, now I'm going to go ahead and snap again and ask you, wait, which two kings are on the top? I think a lot of people would probably say the red kings because it just showed you two red kings. Although if you think about logic from the previous state of the deck, you might say one red king, one black king. But actually, after I snapped, I changed it because now what's on top is actually the two black kings. And so the two black kings are now on top. And so these are like common plots of card magic where the magician will do things. And as it turns out, they're very mysterious things until you realize, oh, I'm doing a bunch of sleight of hand. Now, the one thing about this trick, I did forget because I normally like to try and use um, the person whose card is signed. And so instead of using the four kings, maybe I should have used the nine of spades and a bunch of other cards surrounding it because Keo Demon signed the nine of spades. So let me fix that right now. Hold on. There we go. Because now these are the cards surrounding the nine of spades, and here we have Keo Demon signed nine of spades. And that is plots of card magic. I tell a little bit less about the plots, I guess, and more just telling a fun story or getting requesters involved. So this, by the way, guys, I have to give chat and Twitch. Thank you kindly for the claps. Q Demon Andres and the applause, Andres. I have to give Twitch and chat a lot of credit here. So, one of the selling points when I'm trying to book a gig, like if I'm trying to convince somebody to book me, is that I can customize a bunch of tricks for their show or for their birthday or for their event or whatever. And I can kind of come up with like a fun little involvement on the fly. I just need to like hear some people's names, maybe find out something they like. Hopefully, I also like it. Then that's a lot of information that I can use. If they happen to like Magic the Gathering, I'd be like, I've done magic tricks with Magic the Gathering cards, and at that point, I can like use inside jokes and stuff like that. But yeah, if I didn't do that here on Twitch, I probably would have never gotten that much practice, and so that wouldn't be like a selling point for me. But anyway, so back to magic lessons earlier today. I did an introduction to sleight of hand, which was the same thing that I put on back in November last year at the library. That was open to the public. This one was just it was kind of like a trial because a bunch of parents had kids that wanted to learn magic, and I was like, I had quoted them a number, but I was unsure if either they would enjoy it, I would enjoy it, and so this was like a good trial. So it was basically free for everybody who effectively just registered with me and said they were coming. But it was 5 kids and their parents. And I gave them the introduction to sleight of hand. And I think that I entertained the parents pretty well because honestly, the presentation was geared towards people who are older. Like, I'm not trying to really cater to young kids. But the 5 kids that were there, one of them was a little bit older. I don't know if she was like a preteen or if she was a teen, but I think she followed everything. And if anybody was really interested, I think she would have been the one who wanted to continue doing some magic. A lot of the other kids, I believe they were younger. I think they range between like the ages of like 6 and 9. And so I think that they would be tougher, I think, to actually teach them because I have a very specific brand of magic, right? I'm not like do all the crazy tricks for entertaining family shows, and that's not that's not what you get here. That's not what you guys see. Orion Sen, welcome in. How's it going? Orion Sen says, "Hi, it's been forever. Life stuff. Ooh, magic with Magic the Gathering cards. I feel summoned. Also, I love your tricks for kids. Ha ha ha. All right, welcome in. And how's it going, Orion Sen? Good to see you. Yeah, I was just telling everybody about my little introduction to sleight of hand earlier today. And so I think I told them enough to be like, okay, I support the art of magic. I'll educate people about magic. Here's a bunch of free information because it's not anything I wouldn't have shared publicly anyway, because I already did the same presentation effectively months ago. But yeah, like this is the kind of stuff that I want people to like know about, but then if they get into it, it's going to be probably a lot more hard work. It's going to be um, not just learning the secrets of magic. You're going to be learning the presentation, how to create a story, being creative, having fun with it, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. But if they might want to hire me to provide magic lessons. So we'll see. Orion Sen says, "I'm such a sleight of hand nerd, but we have talked about that." Yes, I remember. I remember chatting about that in the past, Orion Sen. But welcome in, and good to see you. Haven't seen for a bit, so hopefully you're doing well. And I understand life stuff. Like I get it. I have life stuff happening too all the time. So I actually wanted to stream more earlier this week, but like the 2 days I could have done it, I was like, oh, I'm super tired. I don't want to like and I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna play a game. And good thing because I played a game off stream, and I was falling asleep like halfway through that game, and I was like, oh, okay, let's not. It's a good thing I didn't stream. So, all right, let's see. So we have an ad break starting. I won't start the next trick until this ad break's over, and then I will perform Andres's request. So I can get ready for this trick. Orion Sen says, I absolutely need to catch up on your Hades stuff. Oh yeah, for anybody is who liked my Hades magic trick. This is also for just people, I guess, not who are not getting ads right now. But I plan on. I actually have a video recorded. I haven't edited it yet, but I'm going to be quote unquote revealing. It's not like going to be a public reveal video, but it's going to be available on my Patreon and YouTube membership. So, but oh yeah, I do want to say this too. Somebody out in the world subscribed to my Patreon, sent me a message on Patreon. Hey, can you show me where your tutorials and um, tutorials are? And I sent them my playlist of like it's almost 20 reveals and tutorials, and then 5 days later they canceled the Patreon, and I'm just like, really, like. So I don't know. I think I would get the revenue for that 1 month or whatever, but it just I don't know. It felt weird. All right, I'm gonna talk about normal stuff now because the ad break's over. Just had to get that off my chest because I thought it was super weird, and then I'm like, does this person know me? Al Schwartz is amazed. I know, right? Yeah, man. So for a second, I was like super excited because I'm like, yay, my second Patreon subscriber ever, and then like rug pulled out from under me. So okay, all right. All right, next up we have a 4 for 1. Oh, Orion San says, hilariously, ironically, most of my favorite tricks are unlisted. I do this for my kid tricks. I think one is pen up the nose. Oh, yes, yes. That is actually a very popular one. Oh, yeah, Orion Sen, you said, I absolutely need to catch up on your Hades stuff. Thanks, Orion Sen. I've been playing Hades a lot. Yeah, it's probably my quote unquote new favorite game, I would say. Um, but I've also been putting time into Slay the Spire 2 a little bit because I broke down and I got the early access. So, but otherwise, yes. All right, here we go. Next up, we have a request for Andres. All right, we have 4 cards that will be our helpers. They're the 4 aces. The 4 aces will help us with this trick. Now we need a card selected, and so somebody, if they were here, they could say stop whenever, and so wherever they say stop, I can legitimately stop there. Stop. Okay, let's pretend it is here. So let's say the selection is the 4 of spades, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and place the 4 of spades here, and then while we do that, let's go ahead and use the 4 aces to go ahead and help us track that down. And so here we're going to go ahead and turn all 4 aces face down. Okay. And now what we will do is run our hand over the 4 aces. And we'll do this 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if you can tell, but all 4 of those aces have turned into 1 card, and this 1 card here, we fan it, has become 4 cards. And if I show you the 1 card, it is indeed the 4 of spades. And if we look at those 4 cards, they are our 4 helpers that have swapped places with it, the 4 aces. And that, my friends, I'll call a successful performance of that. Thank you for that request, Andres. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that. Thank you, Kenneth, for the claps. Andres, Kyo, Orion Sen, and thank you for the applause, Andres. Let's see. All right, so Orion Send says we like the pen up the nose. Okay, so something that might look like this. Ooh. But then if you want to pull it out of your mouth, there you go. So for a while, that was what my kid was requesting from me. She would be like, Daddy, can you put the pen up your nose and take it out of your ear? And I'm like, yep, sure. Sure, kid, I could do that for you. And then I tell it's like, you know, you shouldn't do this, all right? You know, I'm just pretending and using magic, right? And she's like, yeah. Andres is like, what? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so here's what you do. You just take like a Sharpie and then like you take the Sharpie and you put it let me just cross my hands here. I just up my nose, and now if I just pull it out of my ear, okay, all right. It looks better without the headphones, but anyway. Andre says I can do it, but only once because it hurts. If you can do it once, you should be able to do it again, unless during that process you're implying that you will perish. In which case, I guess yeah, you can only. Well, actually, could you then complete the process if during the process of doing it the first time you would perish? All right. Full disclosure, everybody. This is magic. Do not do anything that will make yourself perish. Disclaimer. Be safe. Be safe. All right. So, thank you for the laughs, Andres. I'm glad somebody laughed at that joke. Um, all right. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and do the. We're gonna practice a trick that we normally practice every stream. I mean, Pinky, do you know what I'm thinking? No, Brian. Are you thinking about cheese? It's like, no, Pinky. I'm thinking about taking over the world. Unlurk, welcome back. Gibson Lens, how's it going? Oh, and yeah, and I know that Chan wasn't going to be here tonight, but guys, if you're not following our friend and mod Chan the Magic Man, please give Chan the Magic Man a follow. Chan was doing an in real life stream earlier today, so I figured he was probably going to be busy. Orion Sen says, I think I might have told this story before, but I was randomly volunteered as an assistant to a magician at a car show where you would never expect one. Okay. That's funny because maybe in the past I would have never expected, but now I hear about like magicians getting gigs at like the most unusual things, and I'm like, oh, maybe not that unusual, like from the business side of things. But yeah, from like a consumer side, I would never expect a magician at a car show. Um, Therefore, was very up close, and I was perfect patsy because I was already looking for tails, and I was still duped. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. So when I went to TwitchCon Vegas in 2023, I did hang out with Gibson Lens a lot. So I know that I almost effectively subjected Bert to seeing like the same like two or three tricks like I don't know 30 times. I don't know. I don't Bert. I don't know if you like paid attention all 30 of those times or were looking for anything, but I don't know if you know how they're all done at this point. But I think if anybody knew what to watch for and watched it probably I don't know like a good dozen times really close, you might be able to figure out like most of certain tricks. All right. But as I've learned, those who even learn how the secrets of magic work may not perform them because, as we know, the internet is filled with magical secrets, which is where I learned my entire first year of magic. And still, most people don't do magic, but people like me do. Kipson Len says, I never learned. All right, cool. So that means my entertainment value is safe. I don't know, guys. If Gibson Lens, pianist, composer, video game developer, and movie critic, also started doing magic tricks, I mean, I might be threatened. Orion says he did the coin through glass bottle trick, but I honestly don't know how he did it. I know how most people do it, but he absolutely could not have done it that way. And then, as a cute little twist, he pretended he was going to break the bottle over my head. And he actually got me to flinch. The audience went wild because of my reaction, because I did not expect him to do that. Showmanship, says Orion said. So that is a great. So here's the thing, right? Even if you know how a magical trick is done, there can always still be entertainment value. So in this case, comedic value, and using using your assistant, and that that's great, right? Because like honestly, when he was about to smack the bottle over your head, there was no magic going on. He was just playing off of the crowd, making a joke, and being like, "All right." And of course, know it full well knowing that if he hit you, like that was going to be like illegal. Like he wasn't going to hit you. Like, but I know that we have deep-seated biological evolutionary tendencies are like baked into us, right? So when you see that coming, you're not going to not be able to flinch most of the time. So but the fun story. I don't know if you've told that here. I feel like I would have remembered that, but maybe I mean I guess it depends on how busy it was and stuff like that. So all right, I think I was 12. Oh, okay, all right. Well, yes, when I was 12, I didn't know much about the world. So yeah, yeah. Also, that was after the masked. Uh, I think masked magician was on. So again, I thought it was an expert. So haha. All right, cool. Okay, let's go ahead and do the. By the way, the after I do this trick, these two tricks, queue is empty. Feel free to request if anybody would like to. Trick list is currently pinned in chat. So, all right. Of course, this is the famous, quote unquote, famous coin matrix, and so we're going to be using 4 coins, 4 cards, and we will go ahead and make these coins teleport from corner to corner. I did this trick at the live show at the library, and it was just like a trick that I did kind of like as a warm up, like right before, but I got like audible gasps from the audience. And so when I made a coin jump from here to there for the first time, they were like, and then, it was just, and then we did it again. And then finally the last one. And I did for the show make sure, I know that I don't always make it like into a nice square. But for the show, I did make it into a nice like square or diamond. Because it looks nice, looks nice. And then I did not follow it up with this because I didn't want to blow their minds too much too early. Because normally you don't want to show like your best mind melting tricks early, because then they kind of expect too much like in the middle. And so you save like the good stuff for later, right? Once again, I'm going to go ahead and put all 4 coins into the 4 corners, and we're going to go ahead and use our bare hands this time to teleport the coins from corner to corner. And then we have 1, 2, 3 over here and 1 over there. And then, of course, we'll go ahead and do that. And then we're going to end this as per usual now, like this. And for some reason, my mat is not adhered to the table, which is why there's some additional movement compared to usual. And that, my friends, is the cardless coin matrix. We got Gibson Doodle Gasp. Wait, is that emote new? Oh, okay. It's a. I don't know if I've given you that many bits, so that's probably why I'm not too familiar with that. Thank you, Canley, for the claps. Andres, Kyo, Gibson Lens, Orion Send. It's one of my favorite magic tricks, says Andres. Andres, if that is one of your favorite magic tricks, if you have not seen the professional do it, there was a guy named Ryan Hayashi, also Asian, And I actually recommend this performance for everybody because one of the reasons why I wanted to learn just the basic coin matrix was because watching this guy's performance on Penn and Teller, and it's like the ultimate coin matrix. And the thing is, it's not. I just hold on. I just found the video. Yeah. Okay. This is the right. This is the right one. Right. Yeah. I'm gonna drop this in my Discord. If anybody wants to check it out later, there's the Discord. I'm such a dork. I love Penn and Teller. Yeah. So Penn and Teller fool us. I watched this performance, and the thing is, it's one of my favorite performances on Fool Us to this day. Not necessarily just because of the magic, but because of the hilarious, epic monologue that is associated with the performance. And I'm just like, this is crazy. And his name's Ryan Hayashi, so he's also Asian, so that helps. That helps me being like, oh man. And if anything, like I am certainly not the best Asian magician because there's so many, but this guy is absolutely better. All the famous. I'm gonna put it in Magic Performance. So if anybody wants to see this, check out Ryan Hayashi's. I think it's like the ultimate like coin matrix or something. So that the trick that I did, that's like two phases. Ryan Hayashi's trick, I don't remember exactly, but it's like 6 or 7 phases. It's ridiculous. It's like an 8-minute trick or something. It's nuts. But yeah, if you like that trick, check out Ryan Hayashi's version. It's insanity. All right, let's see here. Let me get back to the list. Let me clear this and that. I see that Q Demon has requested Troublebacker. Andres has requested Interactive Opener, and Orion Sen has requested one of the most difficult tricks I've ever done, and is still on the trick list, but we'll do it anyway. Hitchcock Aces. All right. An ad break is starting soon. All right, perfect. So I'm not going to start anything until after this ad break. I'm such a dork. I love Ben and Teller. I also love their show Bullshit. Yep. Yeah, they. So Penn and Teller have had a lot of TV spots, and they have all been very popular. They were given a lot of flack because they revealed the secrets of magic too much, according to magicians back in the day. But you know what? They do have a point now in which if you do never push the envelope, you never get good innovation. And now we have things like social media, we have exposure across like all sorts of levels. And you know what that's done? I would say it's gotten more magicians and it's also pushed the envelope further. So when you see magic in real life and you're like, "What?" It's even more crazy. So I'll have to attribute that to I personally attribute that to Penn and Teller and their philosophy. Orion Science says they also had Bill Nye the Science Guy type show, which a lot of people forgot. I don't know if I remember that one. And then let's see here. Andre says, "Thank you." Orion says, "Once again, just picking things based off of random nerd references." Absolutely, totally understand, Orion. You can request any trick from the trick list you want. Like, I actually know that when sometimes people come in and they're like they pick something, they'll choose something that they may know about. So there's a couple of tricks that have musical references, and it's like, oh, they rate in, they're a music streamer, they might pick, like there's a trick called Pink Floyd, or there's a trick called Aria, right? Those are kind of musically related tricks. And I know that some people maybe like supernatural or maybe like gaming or the devil, and so they might choose like the devil's elevator. And actually, I've had a couple people come in. It's like they've seen me do that trick, and now it's like their favorite trick of mine that I do. But yeah. Let's see. Orion Sen says, "I'm just a movie nerd. I just picked it because movie nerd." Yep, absolutely. Hitchcock Aces, based on presumably Alfred Hitchcock. There aren't that many famous Hitchcock like people, as far as I know, besides Alfred, right? Let's see, 90-second ad set. And Penn was the voice of Comedy Central. Penn was the voice of Comedy Central. Orion said, hilariously, they were the ones who revealed the identity of the masked magician, which I find hilarious. I didn't know about this scandal of them revealing things. Oh, yeah, yeah. So Penn and Teller actually, I think, got banned from the Magic Circle because after like two specials or something, people were like, "Wow, they revealed so much about Magic." Um, but I mean, look, they made it. They're fine. Like they're doing well. Honestly, a lot of people are doing great. In ads, 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize when people were in ads. So, um, but ad break is finishing now, so now it's over. All right. Magic's biggest secrets. I watched the hell out of that Alchemutation. Welcome in, Craig. How are you doing? Good to see you. Guys, if you're not following our friend Alchemutation, please give Craig Alchemutation a follow. Um, Craig, I think I was lurking in a stream. It was probably like a month, maybe a month and a half ago. I think you were just you were reading stories or something, right? But I know you've been doing a lot of other things besides besides playing guitar. But guys, please give Alchemutation a follow. You have no idea what he'll do next, because actually I'm not sure what what he'll do next. So let's see. Back also hi, and oh yeah, also hi. Hey bud, how's it going? All right. Hopefully you're doing well. Alchemutation. Good to see you. Let's see. Orion Sen says they did this kid show, which was basically Bill Nye the Science Guy, only they did the other thing, which by the way, fun background. They did not intend to be the host for every episode, but they just budget reasons ended up having to do so. That's such a weird. Alchemutation says busy looking after my dad and brother and getting over a cold. My sympathies about having to look over your dad and brother. Hopefully everything's okay with them. And the cold, just being sick sucks, right? Full disclosure to everybody, I've kind of had also a rough week because I am physically battling a gout flare up. Yeah, if anybody's heard me talk about gout flare up before, yeah. And if you haven't and you want to know all about it, I have a, a new podcast YouTube channel. It's not that new. It's called Nom Notes. Go find the episode about gout and you can listen if you care. There's nothing to look at. Some of the newer ones have like graphic visualizations, but they don't really matter. That you can just listen to it. Um, let's see. Alchemutation says I've been reading grim stories and old comics. Awesome, that sounds cool. Working on releasing my next song April 20th. Excellent. Alchemutation says, ew, gout sucks. Dude, tell me about it. Gout does suck. Orion Sen says, it's just odd to me because I just think of Penn and Teller as being an institution. I mean, they are now, but they weren't like when they first started. Um, when they first started, they were just like a duo doing shows at a Renaissance festival, and I believe that's how they met. So Orion Sent says, I remember being super excited whenever they were on Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I remember watching Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Um, I probably had like a childhood crush on Melissa Joan Hart. So, yeah. So I was a fan of Clarissa, Explains It All, and Sabrina. And even later, when I didn't have a crush on her, I probably gave this show too much watch time. When really, technically, I don't feel like it was that great, but I was entertained by. It's a show called Melissa and Joey, where like they're a lot older, and it's Melissa Joan Hart, but she's some other Melissa in the show, and Joey, which is Joey Lawrence, he's some other Joey in the show, and they end up becoming roommates for whatever plot device reason, and the and the tension between them. All right. Alchemutation says I had such a teenage crush on Melissa Joan Hart. Lol. So, yeah. All right. Well, Orion says who didn't have a crush on Melissa Joan Hart? I mean, me too. It wasn't great, but Joey Lawrence. Whoa. Yeah. I remember being overly excited when she had a guest spot on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Oh man, I recently watched a YouTube video about Are You Afraid of the Dark? And all right, man, I know we're chatting a lot. Let me also get ready for the next trick, but I do want to get back to Are You Afraid of the Dark in a second. So, all right, next up we have Troublebacker. So let's go ahead and show you that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. And here they are black spot cards, and they are red queens. Now, here's Alchemytation says, screw tricks, this is juicy stuff. I mean, look, if you're saying that Melissa Joan Hart is juicy stuff, then, I mean, you're not wrong, right? Okay, all right, where was I? Oh, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and leave uh, the two red queens out here like this, okay? Alchemy Mutation says, I am and I will die on this juicy hill. I'm going to go ahead and grab. Let's pretend that this red queen is Melissa Joan Hart. And I'm going to grab Melissa Joan Hart and put her into this apartment, which is the beginning of Melissa and Joey. And now look, if we show you, look, here she is. I know, super weird, right? Super weird. Okay. But look, now everything in this apartment as we would normally see fit. But now let me grab the other red queen, the Queen of Hearts, which is going to be Joey Lawrence. So Joey also going to go into this apartment. But actually, I don't know if you can tell. He's already in there. Now this is super funny because throughout the show they end up getting closer, getting further away. But if everything is the status quo, if there was like a color to indicate like this the status of normality, blue would be hey everything is fine and dandy, but sometimes they had very charged moments, and that is represented by a different color, the color red, and that is Troublebacker, slightly themed as Melissa and Joey. This is what happens when we just talk about stuff and then I do magic tricks. I just just throw it in there. Um, Screw tricks. This is juicy stuff. And yes, I remember when she was on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yes. All right. So I was watching a YouTube video about Are You Afraid of the Dark and how it was like one of the scariest shows for kids. Um, it was maybe the scariest show, and it talked about like how brilliant like the theming was for it. And actually, I think originally Nickelodeon didn't want to air it, but then they were like they were revisited later, like somebody reproposed it, and then they were like, oh, we can't get enough financing to do it, and then they were like, oh, you know what? If you shoot up in Canada, Canada has like a, I forgot, it was like a stipend or like a tax break, or like they're willing to contribute to projects that employ Canadians. So if they filmed it in Canada, then they could do it because it would like would fall within the budget or whatever. And it was super interesting to hear about like all this stuff that was surrounding the show and like how Are You Afraid of the Dark might have not happened. And they did some artistic things with it too, because it was like, um, Are You Afraid of the Dark? There was like this danger in every story, right? But one of the brilliancies that this thing brought up was that really at the end of the day, at the end of each episode, you're brought back to the campfire, and you remember that it's just everybody in the secret society telling each other a scary story, and so you know that it's safe from that standpoint. But yeah, so hold on. Okay, I've got to find this. Let me go find this and then let me share it because it was super interesting. And let me see here. Are you afraid of the dark? Okay, so it's a video from a channel called Dial Up Days, and the video was called "Are You Afraid of the Dark?" Was way darker than you remember. Yeah, this was the one. Okay, I'm gonna drop this in my Discord as well. It'll be in the shows if anybody wants to check it out later. Which, by the way, I also heard that Wizards of the Coast is uploading all of the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon show. I also dropped that in my Discord if anyone wants to check that out. I had never seen it, but I'd heard of it, and I was like, maybe I should watch it now. I don't know if it will be entertaining, but all right. I know I'm a little bit behind on chat. Hold on, let me catch up. Also, she was like one of the first people that like had a computer and did computer designs. It was way before most people had internet, which means work it, Clarissa. I am and I will die on this juicy hill. Clarissa equals women in STEM. I will die on this hill, says Orion Send. Shut up, says Alchemy. Oh, I think that was in response to the trick. And then Q, thank you kindly for the claps. Q Demon, Orion Send. Um, Haha, well done. And some of them were truly terrifying. They followed up. Oh, yes, they followed up really well after being exposed to scary stories to tell in the dark 1, 2, and 3. And then, yeah, love the scary story books, especially the illustrations. Same fun story. I got the hardcover compendium from when it was re-released from Stephen Gamble with a letter from him. That's pretty cool. Pushing Up Roses did some amazing videos based off of surveys. What traumatized you? I received it as the day before publication. Freaking wild, all because of Instagram conversation. That's cool, man. Yeah. So, and one of the other things that shows didn't do, except for shows like The Twilight Zone and like Outer Limits, that kind of thing, was ending episodes either in an ambiguous way or a not happy way, right? So a lot of shows, especially back then, tended to just end in a way unless it was specifically designed not to uh, not to end in that manner, then they very rarely happen. But Are You Afraid of the Dark was probably one of the biggest, most prominent examples that targeted kids just because it was on a kids network. And the secret society filled with kids, right? So, but yeah, like th- I I didn't want to watch it for a long time because I'm like, ooh, that show's scary. But then I started watching it. And I'm like, wow, that's super interesting. And then like I did have like some really late nights where I was like scared because I'm like I was thinking about like what happened during the episode and the way that it ended. It was like I don't know what I'm scared. I don't want to go to sleep. What you know? So it was pretty wild. Ryan says Rod Sterling is still incredibly iconic for a better or worse. There are so many still speak to this day. Yeah, so Are You Afraid of the Dark? Great show. I recommend, especially if you like thought experiments or if you like sci-fi. There's a lot of episodes that kind of tap into that sci-fi or like fantasy type like mindset. Orion Sen says, also as a person who is very dependent on my classes and likes to read, but there's so much time now, still randomly haunts me. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's see here. Next up, we have a request from Andres. Let's go ahead and get ready for that. An ad break is starting soon. All right, we're gonna speed run this one. All right, so here I've got 1, 2, 3 cards, and I want to cheat at a card game, and so we're gonna go ahead and get a card to appear. One of the best cards to have appear is the Ace of Spades, and so here we have the Ace of Spades. Now, we still have 1, 2, 3 cards, but we need to cheat again, and we need to get something that plays well with the Ace of Spades. And so, let's go ahead and get the Ace of Diamonds. I don't know if you guys know, but the Ace of Diamonds looks an awful lot like this. Now, once again, we still have 1, 2, 3 cards, but if I need to get another card that plays well with these so that I can cheat in a card game, I don't know if you can tell, but Ace of Clubs is now in this pile. I know, super weird, right? Super weird. Okay, now importantly, we still have 1, 2, 3 cards. But if you're ever caught with this many cards, what you need to do is make sure that they don't see as many. And I don't know if you can tell, but now there's not 3 cards in there. There's actually only 2. And then, of course, if you want the 2 cards not to be 2 cards anymore, you just need the 4 aces. And so I don't know if you can tell, but once you end up cheating with 4 aces, nobody's going to want to play games with you anymore. And that, my friends, is a speedrun version of Interactive Opener. Thank you for that request, Andres. Hopefully we beat the ad break. Looks like we did, because I don't think it started yet. Which, speaking of which, I did think about adding those redeems, and I didn't yet. Sorry, but um, we will get that in at some point. Orion senses something something dead man's hand. Thank you kindly for the claps. All right, I'll wait until the ad break's over. But yeah, man, Are You Afraid of the Dark? That brings back a lot of memories. A lot of memories. You know, at this point, I kind of want to make an informal poll. I mean, I guess if I make the poll official in. Hold on. Poll. Did you watch Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yes, no. Start the poll. All right. Okay. Poll is up if anybody wants to vote in the poll. You know what my answer is. All right. Let's see here. The ad break is finishing. I think people are starting to come back now. Um, let's see. I just put up a poll if anybody wants to answer whether you watched Are You Afraid of the Dark or not. I think I can gather just from who chatted, but if there's people out there who are not chatting, we can enumerate them as well. Okay. So, next up, we have a request from Orion Send. So here we have um, the 4 aces. Let me introduce you to them. So here we have the ace of hearts. Here we have the ace of clubs, the ace of diamonds, and the ace of spades. Now we're going to go ahead and leave the ace of spades down here. And this is an example of a trick that is called an ace assembly. And so by the end of the trick, I promise you that all of the aces will be in the same place at the end of the trick. And we're going to go ahead and lay them all out like this. Now this is the part of the trick where I have to kind of remember what do I do next, because as I said, one of the most difficult tricks that I know is this one, I would say. Let me see. I'm trying to remember. Okay. I think I've got it. It's just easier for me to take like a moment at this point to be like to think about it, and then all right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and place a card down with the ace of spades, and we're gonna lay a few other cards with this ace. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and grab this ace and place it down here, because now if I show you, there's no ace over here. And it's actually switched places with the 8 because it is down here. Super weird. Actually, now we can leave this face up. we're just going to place some card down here. Place 3 other cards on to this ace. But now all we need to do, we'll mix this up a little bit. I didn't mean to do a skill check. Oh, Ryan said it's okay. No worries. I should be able to do this because this is one of the oldest tricks that has been on the trick list. But now if we take a look, there's no aces here. The poll is done. 3 people say they watched Are You Afraid of the Dark? 2 people say they did not watch Are You Afraid of the Dark? Because that ace is now over here. Now, some people say that maybe there weren't any aces up here in the front. No, but here, let me just show you. Here, we've got this ace up here. And let me just go ahead and I'm going to leave these 3 aces down here. Okay? So 1, 2, 3. Now, if you were here, I would ask you to go ahead and turn over this card, place your hand on top of it. We will simulate your hand by using a computer mouse, the actual computer mouse that's hooked up to the computer that I'm streaming on right now. And now we're going to need to place a few cards just with, so if you just lift up your hand there. Okay. And now, if I show you this, that is not an ace. And if we place this down here, I don't know if you believe me now, but all the aces are now together. I have, lol, I have that exact mouse. Yeah, a Logitech mouse and keyboard. It works out well. They work, right? But not over here. The aces, actually, if you go ahead and lift up your hand, you can turn over all these cards yourself. Because if I show you, there is indeed the ace of diamonds, the ace of hearts, the ace of clubs, and the ace of spades. And a lot of people are wondering, oh, well, I thought I expected it to be down here. Well, if you've ever seen the Hitchcock film Rear Window, this is the window you were watching. This is where all the stuff was happening. Now you're probably wondering what's down here. Well, it's just 4 guys playing poker. King of diamonds, the king of spades, the king of hearts, and the king of clubs. Just 4 guys playing poker. That's all. Nothing crazy, guys. Thank you for this heat map. Let me go ahead and grab this and delicious. All right. Rad, says Orion Send. Thank you for that request, Orion Send. Yeah, I think to this very day, I feel like that's still one of the most like difficult tricks to execute on. Chan the Magic Man, welcome in. Thank you so much for the catching the eat, and also welcome in, Chan. Guys, you're not following our friend and mod, Chan the Magic Man. Chan, I wasn't sure if you were going to make it because I did see that you were streaming in real life and you were at a casino earlier today, right? So, but yeah, we shouted you out earlier anyway. But we'll give you another one right now. So, guys, you're not following our friend Chan the Magic Man. Please give Chan the Magic Man a follow. As in the name, Chan also does magic. Chan does magic on Magic Mondays. Give him a follow. Catch him then. If you catch him other times, he might be playing retro games. He might be playing Grand Theft Auto Online. He might be doing in real life stuff like it was today. So, all right. Andre says, I've wondered what pin map tastes like. Oh, yeah. So here, the pin maps are they are heat maps, and so that means they taste spicy. Yep. Heat maps taste spicy. There we go. Sweet chili, says Orion Send. Let me see. Would it taste like sweet chili? I'm gonna say no. I think it's more spice and less sweet is what I will say. That's my that's my personal professional opinion on eating heat maps. Okay. Let's see here. Hang on. Let me look for something really quick. See, we have a couple of requests from Chan the Magic Man. Thank you for the requests, Chan. Chan, thank you so much for the 3 stream watch streak. Greatly appreciate it. Man, where the heck did I put these cards that I'm looking for? This is the problem with having like 50 bajillion cards. Is that you never know what you're gonna get. Oh no, sorry, that's from a movie. You never know. Life is like. Oh no, okay. Life is like a box of chocolates. Melts in your mouth, not in. Wait. That's not right either. Okay. No, I can't find the thing I'm looking for. Alright. Life is like a hot pot. All of the ingredients are nice and separate before you start eating. But then during the meal, they all get mixed up and all dramatic with each other. I mean, that's true, right? Okay, let's go ahead and find the 4 card trick. You know, I almost never do this trick the normal way. So let's maybe do this trick, uh, quote unquote, relatively normal way. Life is like a hot pot, says Orion said. Okay, hold on. I'm just because I don't do this the normal way anymore. I have to figure out which way. Okay, all right. So I actually want it. Okay, all right. Here we go. All right. So here we have 4 cards. Now we can't do the 4 card trick without 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now these are not normal cards. If I show you, these are all blank. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, what do you do with blank cards? You can potentially print anything you want on them, especially if you want one of them to be a wild card in a game that you will be playing. And I know I brought up cheating in card games, but I mean, a lot of magicians bring that up normally. Oh, by the way, I'm talking about cheating in card games a little bit because I have a gig next week, and the birthday person plays poker, and so I need to probably add some of the card cheating back into the tricks that I do that aren't normally card cheating tricks. And so look, let's go ahead and look, we have a joker. See, so the cards can be anything you want, especially if they are a joker. Um, Orion says, I'm an Asian cuisine tourist, but I think that I'm mildly advanced one because I've had food prepared for me by people who are actually from the country. So, I mean, I'm still very sad that I moved from somewhere that I cannot have actual Filipino food. And since I live in the Southwest, when I say adobo, they don't mean the same thing. Clearly, this is, the most terrible thing, and that's ever happened to anyone. I totally see how sleight of hand is advantageous in poker. That's that's fair. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and turn over this joker, and we're gonna place the joker kind of facing the opposite direction. You'll still be able to see it here for now, because sleight of hand is like a switch, right? So look, you see that right there, and now I'm gonna turn that switch off, and so when you turn it off, you won't be able to see the joker that we've snuck in because it's gone. Um, it's not here, right? And so it's not here until I turn on the sleight of hand meter, and we're going to turn it up, and now you'll be able to see it again. And so here you'll be able to see it again. I know, is that weird? That's super weird, right? Now here's the interesting thing, though. I don't know if you can tell, but a lot of people think that you can tell this Joker from the face because on the front it has Joker, and all of these are blank. And the thing is, I'm going to let you know that you can also tell the Joker from the back too, because the back is not the same as these ones. The back is that. And there we have it, friends, and that is the four card trick. Probably the closest to the normal way. Although I did I did add the sleight of hand switch, which is actually a pretty cool thing. Maybe I should get a real switch and be like, "Can you turn on?" Man, that would be great. Can you turn on the sleight of hand? Can you turn it off? That would be a great trick, I think. That would be a great present. Man, if I didn't do that the regular way today, we wouldn't have come up with that. Chan, thank you for requesting that. All right. Orion Sen says, I totally see how sleight of hand is advantageous in poker. That's fair. Yes. Yes. So, yeah, I do have to. There's a couple of tricks that I don't normally do because the ending is always like, hey, it's a royal flush, and I have to do some of those. I think I have to catch back up on what they are. BayJMB, welcome in. How's it going? BayJMB says, hi Nam. Hi Bailey. How's it going? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you kindly for the claps, Andres. Thanks for clearing that, Chan. And thanks for shouting out our friend BayJMB. Guys, if you're not following our friend BayJMB, Bailey is also a magician. We've also caught BayJMB streaming magic, so definitely give BayJMB a follow. All right. And let's see. Earlier, we did have a poll for anybody who has watched Are You Afraid of the Dark, which is an old Nickelodeon show that was scary. Oh, so not to spoil anything about the video if anybody wants to watch that Are You Afraid of the Dark video, but they did discuss the decline of Are You Afraid of the Dark. And because the original show ran for 4 seasons, and then like years later, it was picked up for a fifth season. But one of the reasons why it was kind of in decline was that um, at the time there was no competitors. But towards the end of its run, if anybody remembers the old show Goosebumps, based on the kid horror book series Goosebumps, that also had a show that started airing around the time, late in Are You Afraid of the Dark's like life cycle. So, and BayJMB says I was more of a Goosebumps kid. Man, see, perfect timing, perfect segue right in. But yeah, no, that's great. An ad break is starting soon. Okay, I will not start the next trick until after the ad break is done. But yeah, so yeah, that's what we were talking about. It's so surprising that we're talking about this now because like how many I've been streaming since 2022, so 22, 23, 24, 25. So we've had like four Halloween streams, whether it was on Halloween or like during the week of Halloween. And I don't think we've ever talked about Are You Afraid of the Dark or Goosebumps. And now we're doing it. It's the middle of April. And now we're talking about Are You Afraid of the Dark and Goosebumps. You never know. Orion Sen says, no, randomly, I'm talking about sci fi for no reason. Yep. There's the Gibson Lens is putting the candy corn trick or treat is in there. Ha ha ha. Right. Okay. The 90-second ad is starting. Um, I'm gonna get ready for Picasso Aces, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, man, some of these shows, amazing. The thing is, like, I say I wish I had time to watch shows now, and I technically do if I wanted to spend my time watching shows, but I'm like this past week, what did I do? So, I applied to a bunch of jobs. I I talked with a recruiter. That was probably the most progress I'd gotten for like work in a while. Um, so we'll see how this pipeline goes. I um, I did more demolition in my basement, so I've completed the project as far as like opening walls in my basement. So we just probably have to clean it up and neatenize a little bit, but for the most part. I installed some new operating systems on some old machines. I was delaying on these ones because I'm familiar with UEFI and I was a little bit less familiar with BIOS. And these two machines were so old that I had to install via BIOS. And one of the machines I got to install new OS no problem. That was fine. But then the other one, I think I hosed the machine, so I can't. So I tried to install Linux on. I'm trying to install Linux Mint on this other machine, and it says that the install is there, but you can't boot up from the disk. And I blew away all the partitions so that there's only one, and so I have no idea why it's not loading from that. But I know the hardware still works because I can boot up the OS from USB drive, so everything's still working. So I just gotta figure this out for that machine. But at the end of the day, I'm not even sure if it's gonna be worth anything. So it might just be worth like scrap metal and salvaging for parts or something, or maybe I'll just give it away because I don't think it's worth anything. Ooh, Linux Mint. That brings me back, says Orion said. Yeah, I was looking for like a lightweight OS for an old, like a really old machine, but not so lightweight because I use like Lubuntu as like one of the Linux OSs before, but like it was not very user friendly. And if I was going to give this to somebody else, like I could probably manage using Lubuntu, but like it was also annoying to me. So I'm like, all right, certainly somebody who's slightly less technical, they might not, So I had to find a different one. So, but yeah, anyway, for anybody who just came back from the ad break, we were talking about loading up OSs on dead computers. So anyway, where was I? Oh yes, okay, guys. So normally I like to use Picasso Aces as a closer, but when somebody requests it, we're going to do it during the middle of the stream. So I'm just spreading out the deck because I just want you to see that this is a blue back deck, but these aces did not come from this deck. So these aces are red back. So the ace of hearts, the ace of clubs, the ace of diamonds, and the ace of spades. Now, with these four aces, I slipped on a card, and I am just going to not mess this up here. We're going to start over from the top. Not that, I didn't show anything, but I was just like, I was very unhappy. It probably looked fine. I might have even been able to continue, but it just felt weird. So I'm just like, I'm going to, uh, from the top, we're going to do that from the. Orion Sen says, haha, Ubuntu. And that reminds me of like way back in the day when I had a very old desktop and there was, I believe, XP update. And although we didn't want to, we did it, and it killed the computer. And we had to request a Linux and or Ubuntu disk so that it would recognize that there was any type of BIOS. Oh, that's so funny because all right, so I had two machines, one of which was a Windows 7 machine, and that one took the OS. The one that I'm having trouble with was originally a Windows XP machine. So that's funny you bring that up. So maybe that's not a coincidence. All right. Anyway, from the top. All right, guys. I like to normally close with this, but if somebody requests it during the stream, we will go ahead and do it. Here's where we were. Ace of hearts, not from the deck because it's red backed. That's blue back deck. Ace of clubs. Ace of diamonds. Ace of spades. So here with these one, two, three, four aces, this is another example of an ace assembly. Okay, and so what we're going to do is we are going to separate all four aces. We're going to lay them out like this, and I need to find the ace of spades. We'll leave the ace of spades up there. And we're now going to be adding 3 cards to each pile. So in this case, here, let's go ahead and add those. We're going to add these. We're going to add those. And then we're going to add these. And we will magically move the aces around from pile to pile like so. Here you can still see that the ace exists in this pile. It exists here because I want it to exist here for now. But now we're going to grab it, not physically, but metaphysically, and I'll exchange it for one of those blue cards over there. Because now if we take a look, there's actually no red backed cards because there's no aces here. And if we take a look, we knew that there was one ace here, but now if I show you, there's actually 2 red aces there. Now, you can still see the aces here, but it's not until I grab it ethereally, and I'll grab one of those blue back cards and swap it. Because now if I show you, there are no red backed aces here because it has now jumped up here. Is that weird? That's super weird, right? Now, of course, some people are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's some shenanigans. And to that I would say, you're right. You're watching a sleight of hand magic stream. But here, you can follow along. If I go ahead and I grab this ace, you'll still be able to see it from the back because it's red. You'll still be able to see it from the front because there's an ace there. But all we have to do is do that swap. I don't know why this particular time there was a sound effect and none of the other ones required one, but just trust me, that's how this works. I'm the magician here. And so here, these are all blue backed now, because now if I show you, none of the faces are any aces. And if I show you here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 red back cards, and they are the ace of diamonds, the ace of spades, the ace of clubs, and the ace of hearts. And that, my friends, I will call a successful performance of Picasso Aces, because I normally would end that with finale, but it is not the finale. Thanks for clearing that, Chan. Thank you kindly for the claps. Chan the Magic Man, Andres, thank you for the applause. Thank you kindly for the claps. Kyo Demon, Chan, and Gibson Lens. All right, I did miss a couple of chats here, so let's see. In the tech category, everyone started talking about, does anyone realize that Microsoft literally named this OS XP? Yeah. Gibson Lynn says, I wasn't aware of that emoji, so I always thought of it as experience points. Okay, yeah. So I've definitely seen XP as the emoji and the tongue sticking out, and also as experience points. Yep. So all of those things work. But yeah, there's just so many things that have acronyms and like shorthand, and everything means so many things now. I think I can understand why languages get so messy. And if you tried to give every new concept a new word, there would just be too many words. Our our hunter gatherer mammal human brains can't handle that many words. Let's see here. Thanks for clearing that, Chan. And let's see. Orion Sen says, I guess you just aren't old and wait, aren't you enough? I guess you just aren't you enough. We did everything old school because those emojis were a thing back then. Haha. So that's funny because and sorry to partially dox Gibson Lens. Gibson Lens is older than me, so I know that. Ancient, okay. I remember when Netflix came through the mail, says Orion Send. I worked at Blockbuster when Netflix came through the mail, actually. Gibson then says, "I'm ancient, but I'm bad at emojis." Anyway, sorry to age you, Bert. My apologies. If you would like, you can ban me. Let me see. Can I ban? Sorry, I banned myself. It's okay. Let's see. Where was I? Oh yes. Normally I wait until the end of the stream to reset this because normally I do it at the end of the stream, but for the middle of the stream, just in case we need to try and do that trick again for finale, which I think would only come up if somebody requested it, but at this point. Let's see. Next up, we have a request from Andres for the clear card coin matrix. All right, that one's different. Orion Sen says, "Remember when Blockbuster tried to do the mail rentals to compete with Netflix, and that was a wild moment." Oh my God. Okay, so let me tell you guys, we have to take a moment. By the way, I'm almost out of tea, but I fired up the tea machine down here. So all I have to do is lean back, lean back, and then place the mug in the tea machine and press the button. Okay. All right. Nam definitely has a story about this. Okay, so I worked at Blockbuster when there were still VHS tapes in the store. I think I started working at Blockbuster in like 98 or something. 98 or 99. Oh, no, wait, sorry. No, no, no. That was at the beginning of high school. No, no, sorry. 2002. 2002. I'm trying. Look, I'm old. I don't remember everything. Okay, so 2002. Now, back then, Netflix didn't exist. Blockbuster was king of like all the video rental movies and stuff like that. Everybody would bring their families, their dates, their spouses, their everybody would come to the video store. Biggest nights, Friday and Saturday night, because instead of paying more to get a movie ticket, you would go rent at the video store. I, for the first few years, didn't have a special role. Then later, I had the role of entertainment specialist because nobody wanted to do it. And I was a shy and quiet kid, but after I was the entertainment specialist for many years, I became the person who could just approach anybody and talk to anybody for the rest of my life. So here we are. Anyway, I was working at Blockbuster when we heard, hey, there's this new mail service DVD rental, Netflix. Netflix was 100% DVD mail rentals trying to compete with Blockbuster. Blockbuster corporate basically said, nah, they're not a threat. We don't need to worry about them. And for like a couple of years, certainly true, Blockbuster was doing fine. Um, and then came a point where Blockbuster had the opportunity to purchase Netflix because Netflix was like, hey, Blockbuster, do you want to buy us? And Blockbuster, I think, and I don't know all of the like technicals and financials, but I believe all of the news lines and like everybody talking about it, like in corporate, was like they laughed it off and they were like, nah, nobody will want their DVDs through the mail. In my mind, I was thinking, isn't that super convenient to have things just delivered to your house? They don't have to come and drive out. Like, and lo and behold, Netflix did not get purchased. They remained their own separate company. And then Blockbuster, like a year after that, like opportunity or whatever, they created a mail-in DVD service to compete with Netflix. Orion says, haha, one of five people who remember I feel seen. Retrospect, oops, hilarity. And so here's the thing. Blockbuster thought, oh, we have an advantage over Netflix. We have 50 bajillion stores. And so people could get their DVDs. When they were done with them, they could return them to the physical store, and they could get a free movie just right away if they wanted. Or they could ship them back as well. That would still take the shipping days. But I mean, Netflix also had the shipping days. Um, and ad break is starting soon. All right, cool. I'll wait until after that ad break to do the next trick, but we're going to continue talking about this blockbuster thing. Cut to a year after that, and Netflix starts to introduce streaming movies. Now, when their first collection starts, there's maybe, I don't know, like 100 or 2 maybe movies to watch. And they had to license all of them, obviously, to be legal and everything. And Blockbuster's like, oh yeah, we always have more movies than that. That's not a problem. But it's not until Netflix starts expanding their streaming catalog, and then everybody's like, wow, this is such a great deal. I don't have to go anywhere. I get the movies right away. And one big thing that I think Blockbuster didn't really think about was the future march of technology. Because back then, you couldn't move like the data that was contained on a disk really fast. But broadband internet had become a thing that was starting to become more accessible to everybody. So streaming a movie now over like your cable line wasn't that big a deal. And at the time it was a cable thing. We didn't have fiber optic yet. So no, I want this tea. So Ryan said. Oh man. So um anyway, after that another existential threat I believe hits Blockbuster, and that is Redbox. If you've never heard of Redbox is a vending machine that rents you movies. So you basically, I guess, create a Redbox account. I've never done it, but you have like a payment method saved, and when you go, you could just like do whatever your login was. You get to rent the movie. It vends the movie out to you, and then if you never bring it back, they charge you for the movie. But if you do, then you can swap it out and you get more movies. So rip Redbox lols, as Orion said. I know, right? So that's Redbox. Anyway, cut to many years later, Blockbuster slowly declines. Everybody's on Netflix. We know the end of that story. Everybody just got Netflix. Netflix was king for a long time because there was no other streaming service. Nobody had to compete with anybody because everything that was good was on Netflix. And so Blockbuster basically died. There's still there's still one Blockbuster store in the world right now. It is in Oregon. And it's not even a corporate store, it is a franchise store. But the weirdest thing is that it is still on technology that is like 35 plus years old. So I knew I knew the commands. I don't remember the commands now of like what to type in to search for things on the computer, but it's basically like a DOS prompt thing. It was just a blue screen DOS prompt. And one of the reasons why it remains that way is because they never invested in any sort of updates to that system. So to this very day, and I remember this because I watched the documentary, and I'm like, they haven't changed anything about that checkout system. And so I could see the blue screen of the prompt, and I could be like, okay, they're typing command. Look, they're typing out a command that's probably like search up that movie or whatever. It's like they haven't changed anything. And it's just like it's so old and antiquated, which is super weird because then that means somebody exists in a job somewhere that has to input all the new movies, like all the new UPC codes of all those new movies that come out in DVD. Somebody out there has to exist to put those into this antiquated system purely just for one store. There's one store in Oregon, in Bend, Oregon. All right. The ad break is finishing now. And that's my story. All right. Next up, we have a request called the Clear Card Coin Matrix. And it's basically like my own version. It is based on like existing versions, but so, all right. Here we have 4 coins, and then over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 clear cards, and we're going to place a clear card onto each coin. Now, when I do this normally with the cards that are opaque, um, it might look something like this if you were to try and move them. So I'm going to make this coin jump from here to here, okay? And so we're going to go 1, 2, and I don't know if you can tell, but this is the moment that it will jump. 3. And now we're going to move this one from here to there. 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if you can tell, but look. And then now this last one is going to go from here to there. 1, 2, and I don't know if you can tell, but look. Now you're probably wondering, where's the suspicious thing? And I can show you both sides of the clear cards just so that you can verify that nothing is going on. And that, my friends, is the clear card coin matrix. Let's see. Nalani's partner was streaming a video rental store simulator a week ago. Awesome. I could. So I haven't played Video Store Simulator, but I can. I don't know if I. I think his name's Dustin, right? His name's Dustin. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think I don't know if I follow him. But anyway, yeah, Video Store Simulator, something like that. I might be able to play it or watch it, play it, and tell you that was accurate. That was not accurate. That was accurate. Yeah. I would. I think I would be qualified for that. I worked at Blockbuster for 7 years, I think. 7.5 years. So that was a while. Thank you kindly for the claps. Keo Demon, Andres. Yes, his name is Dustin, but everything horrible. Okay, okay, all right. Thank you for the. Let me go ahead and just follow him now before I forget. Yeah, because I know I've seen him on Nalani's stream, but I have not. Let's see. And I play horror games, so you don't have to. All right. There we go. Easy. We can give him a shout. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for giving me a shout out. Yeah, guys, if you are not following our friend, actually, Nalani Proctor, please give Nalani Proctor a follow. Nalani Proctor, variety streamer, sings and performs music, does miniatures, plays video games, painting, random streams, in real life stuff. Nalani does all sorts of things. Nalani, also at the time known as under a different Twitch name, but Unfocused on IA was my very first raider, so nobody will ever take that memory away from me because I will always know my first raider was Nalani Proctor, or AKA Unfocused on IA, but now she's just known as Nalani Proctor on Twitch. And she just finished a Yoshi cosplay. That's so cool. That's awesome. And then, but yes, Nalani's partner is everything horrible. That was also shouted out. We were just talking about Dustin, so definitely give him a shout out as well. If you want to support someone who's small, he has 139. Hold on, I might be 140, but he has 140 followers. So if you want to jump on the bandwagon, help a guy out. Like I remember having like 100, 150 followers, and I'm like, man, 1,000 seems like so far away. And then I hit 1,000, I'm like, oh my god. And then I look at some other people, it's like, man, 2,000 seems so far away. And I'm just like, can I get there? I could possibly get there one day, right? Orion Sen says, in my opinion, a humble opinion, the reason the disc version of Netflix was far more competitive to Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, etc., was because you had a very more diverse selection. I saw Old Boy before anyone knew Old Boy existed. I was able to see so many foreign films in the actual version that they were without having to convert them, or before they became mainstream popular. Because, in fairness, printing a DVD costs very little. So Yeah, I believe at the time, DVD technology was already available. You could buy what we call DVD burners, and nowadays, like pretty much all optical disc drives can burn a DVD. But yeah, I think at the time, even that back then, because I remember burning DVDs to store data, because hard drive space was kind of like a premium. And at the time, I think buying an external hard drive, it wasn't like plug and play. It wasn't as easy as it is now. But I would actually put like I actually had stacks of DVDs that I would put like some of my um, large files that I had to store away. A lot of it, honestly, was actually like anime and movies. So I watched a lot of anime and movies. But I actually still have some of them. I actually went through the process recently. I actually have an optical disc drive right over here, and I still use it because there's some magical secrets that were published once and they probably will never publish again, and they don't make them digital downloads because they're afraid of the digital download being able to be spread around, and so they just make a DVD because it's arguably more secure than having a digital download. And I'm like, wow. So I should have a digital drive, optical drive for that reason, and I do. Orion Sen says, and their warehouses were huge. There are Scandinavian films that I saw in '08 that I cannot pay for to see on streaming because no one licenses it to this day. The same with indie films. Yeah, so one of the primary reasons why a lot of people are kind of fighting back against subscription videos now and turning to piracy, besides the fact that it's expensive, is because the experience sucks because they want to be able to find things and they can't find things. Um, just even watching some kids' television shows, right? So, look, I'm a dad. My kid, up until this year, hadn't really had any kind of preferences for what shows she wants to watch. And now she's like, oh, can we watch this show? And I'm like, maybe. And here's the process that I have to go through. Is it on this streaming service? Is it on this streaming service? Is it on this streaming service? And the answer might be yes, yes, and yes, but this one has season one. This one has season two. This one only has three episodes from season three, and the rest of season three is on this one. And I'm just like, this is dumb. Why is it like this? And so that's like one of the complaints. But yes, indie films probably super hard because why would they bring it to, like, you have to basically know the indie film exists, and then you might have to like order the DVD from them, right? Or you have to know that the indie site exists and if they stream it or something. um and yeah, foreign films, like, that was a big thing too. So the process of translation, I don't know if it applies the same way as it does to software, but I think it does. It's called localization. So you basically make it localized for the population, or the culture that it is being brought over to. And so if you could just watch it in whatever original language, um, you would be lucky, I think, I guess, if there were subtitles in your language. If the one caveat to that being, like, at the time, I mean, still now, is that basically everybody still knows English because English is like the language of business, and so that's like the one reason why getting like a foreign film, chances are you'll probably have English subtitles. So, um, Gibson Len says season split across different services. Yes, Bert. This is the horror of getting a TV show in which not all of the same TV show is licensed to one entity, and it exists. Yes, this is the horrific. Uh, yeah, it happens. It's so messed up. I don't even know why it would be allowed. And so this gets back to one thing that it reminds me of, and I think a lot of us on Twitch know about Steam. Um, Steam is a video game, effectively subscription service. But when you basically purchase a license, you don't buy the game. You buy the license to play the game, and it's basically not that much different than like most of the subscription services for watching shows and movies. But the one thing that um, the people who originally designed Steam for the games that Valve created, they were like, let's put other people's games here because we have this distribution channel. Was and I don't know if this came directly from Gabe, but the philosophy was, let's make this video game distribution app not suck and just always be awesome. And that philosophy is basically to curb piracy and theft. And I think it's very clear that if you have a perfectly legal, convenient, and good service avenue to get a thing, in this case, Steam for video games, most of the time you won't really turn to piracy because there's just a lot of reasons, just convenience being one of them, being like, hey, I'm gonna just go play it on Steam, right? Um, I know some like there's some people that are starting to turn away a little bit from it, but like if you are a big gamer, like it's kind of hard to completely disregard Steam right now. But the thing is, there's also pirate services that have tried to pop up to try and like overthrow Steam, and yet Steam is still the number one. And honestly, a lot of those pirate sites, the thing is, they don't provide services as good as or better than Steam. But for video and TV shows, on the other hand, there are a lot of pirate sites, and they are arguably successful because they are not diminishing the service. Like they have arguably better service than some of these streaming services, and they might be making it more convenient, or certainly they're making it free. And it's just that we are experiencing the enshittification of subscription services. Ugh. Double triple welcome in. How's it going? And yeah, so sorry, I just went on a diatribe. Let me catch up with chat. Hold on, a little bit here. Even things that you should expect, such as HBO TV show, is not on HBO, and it's completely ridiculous. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like, why? Why does HBO not have all the HBO things? Like, oh my god. Um, Man, this one irks me too. It's not just like TV series seasons, but like movies, and it's like, oh, well, here's the first two movies, and then here's the sequel movies, but the sequel movies are not on the same service. And I'm like, I just want to watch the series. Like, come on. Um, but yeah, like, I don't know. Like, don't make it suck. I was watching another. This one I watched like months ago, but I was watching someone who was like, yes, piracy is going to grow for this reason. And like for example, Netflix does have movies in 4K, but do you know what it defaults to? Not 4K, even if you have 4K TV. You want to know why? Because as part of their service, they make it really difficult for you to change it to 4K, and you have to jump through all these hoops. You know where you can get the 4K version of the movie you want to watch? On a pirate site. How do you do it? You just go to the pirate site, click on 4K, watch the movie. Easy. Why make it that difficult to do a simple thing? And I'm just like, come on. Let's see. Double Triple says there are some sites, and by the way, welcome in Double Triple. How's it going? Good to see you, Ron. There are some sites that specialize in where to watch films. You enter the title and they list the streaming sites. Yes, that's true. Except for TV seasons, you're gonna have to get really granular. So, but yes, and also some of them are a little bit out to date. But um, and also sometimes you can't find it anywhere. Like nothing is on any of those sites for where it's viewable. Orion says sometimes. So I've heard cough cough. Pirate sites are the only place to find certain films or TV shows, even if you want to pay for it. Orion says that is unfortunately correct. Yes. Gibson Len says, "Yep, there are films slash shows that aren't on any streaming services. An ad break is starting soon. Okay, I won't do this next trick until after this ad break, but then we will do the trick. Um, and we're kind of like going super deep on this topic. So there's this show, and I posted about it recently in the show channel, but um, Space Cases that was also on Nickelodeon, which was like a sci-fi show on Nickelodeon, and I'm like, man, I really like that show. And I saw this video the other day, and I watched it, and I'm like, wow, brings back memories. But the thing that he wanted to bring up, and if anybody's familiar with Austin McConnell on YouTube, big YouTuber, says makes a lot of videos. Um, he said that there is no legal way to currently watch Space Cases anywhere. So Space Cases was created by Nickelodeon, ended up was being purchased by Paramount or somehow became owned by Viacom, but now because I guess I don't know if it's like in the back office somewhere of like a Paramount studio warehouse or whatever, but like he was just at the end of the video after talking about the series, he was just petitioning like, "Hey, whoever has the power, go and find those reels, digitize it and just make it available on any streaming service because the only places you can find this show right now, uh pirate sites, maybe like YouTube clips if users have put them up and they haven't gotten in trouble, or what he was actually saying was some people on Etsy selling complete DVD sets, probably homemade versions. So yeah, that's one of the reasons. If I wanted to watch Space Cases today, what do I do? Right? Double Trouble says sometimes pirate copies are altered, so you're not sure what you'll get. So I've heard. That sounds like Ron. That sounds like it comes from a place where you have some personal experience. Not that I'm accusing you of anything, but by the way, guys, if you're not following our friend Ron, Double Tribble, please give Double Tribble a follow. Double Tribble is a mostly just chatter, right? Just chatter and doing in real life streams up in rural New Hampshire. For anybody who didn't know, before I moved to where I was here, I actually lived in New Hampshire. Not rural New Hampshire though, but so uh, New Hampshire, gotta represent New Hampshire. Back from ads. Ron, I don't know if you heard that last part or if you knew this about me, but before I moved and lived in New York, I lived in New Hampshire, and so that's represent, represent New Hampshire. For anybody who doesn't know the state motto is "Live free or die," which a lot of the times mostly equated to I should be able to not wear a helmet while riding a motorcycle, which is really stupid, and I don't think you should do that. You should always wear your helmet on a motorcycle. But okay, where were we? Oh yes. Please hold. I realized that during the ad break, I just chatted and I did not get ready for the trick. Sorry, guys. My fault. My fault on that one. Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Double Trouble says, live free or die. Yep, exactly. Orion Sen says, all the new states, mostly the oldest days, but something, something, maybe irony, represent oldest. Oh, yeah, voice or text does not really like me. Yeah, damn you, autocorrect. Man yelling at clouds. I watch Dazed and Confused. You watch Dazed and Confused? Nice. I don't remember if I've watched Dazed or Confused. That's one of those movies where I don't remember if I watched it or not. I watched a lot of movies. I don't know if that was one of them. All right, so let's go ahead and do this trick. We've got some black spot cards here, 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 and here. Now we're going to go ahead and leave these down here. We do have a card that is a little bit different than the rest. We have this one. Let's go ahead and leave this here. And then, of course, we have black spot cards. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and leave all of these cards up here. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to show you one of these cards and we're going to swap it. And you tell me where the card that is different from the rest is. So if you want to play along, now would be a good time. Go ahead and you can click directly on the screen. You can give me a position. You can Orion says that was Joey Lawrence's Joey Lauren Adams' first film, and she was super sweet when I met her, and she has incredibly kind things to say about that film. Oh, Dazed and Confused. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, Joey Lauren Adams was the star of Dazed and Confused. Okay, all right, excellent. I think a lot of people would probably say this is the card that's different because this is the red face card amongst all the black spot cards. Actually, that is not correct because you would have needed to select the card in the center because it's different. Because if I show you, every other card is a red face card except for this one. And that, my friends, is Incauto Tromposo. I just realized that we did this trick and it did not really involve. Um, so normally I like to use the card of the person who requested the trick, and it was not Keo Demon this time. It was actually Charlie's Beats. So let's go ahead and fix that really quick. And there's Charlie's Beats signed Ace of Spades. Thanks for the request, Charlie. All right, let's see here. Thank you kindly for the claps, Andres. Double triple. Okay, let's see here. Andre says, "What?" Thank you for the applause, Andres, and the claps, Gibson Lens. Yeah, I can assure you that I've done that trick a lot, and I never ended it with that extra little bonus thing at the end. So, Charlie, thank you for that request, and I don't know if I would have come up with that without that request today. So there's always like these things where it's like, here's how the trick is normally done. But oftentimes when I do stuff on stream, sometimes I might like ad lib here, I might ad lib here, I might add some stuff to either the beginning or the end, and like between the ad libbing and the adding of the stuff, that's where like the creativity like comes in. So now when I do gigs and I have to improvise, I'm like, oh, this is like that one time I did this on stream, and so this is great, guys. This is super awesome. Um, Orion says, I love both the cat balls and the cat itself clapping. Yeah, a cat paws. Yeah, so that's Becca Della Soul, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Charlie is in all of the streams. Certainly, Charlie is in like all of the music streams that I've seen. All right. The queue is currently empty. Feel free to request. I feel like that there have been a fair amount of requests, and people are still chatting. So I think normally I would call last call, but people want to see more magic. Let's keep on requesting, and I'll do some more and keep on chatting. By the way, I will have to say we brought up a lot of fun things to talk about today, chat. So I'm very entertained. Just like I think even if I wasn't doing any of the magic today, like just chatting with this would have been like awesome. Just chatting. All right. So let's go ahead and get ready for another trick. Man, this is glorious. The queue filled up in like 20 seconds. Thanks, guys. Okay, here we go. Next up, we have a trick requested by Charlie's Beats. All right, so here we go. We have let me introduce you to the King of Clubs, the King of Diamonds, the King of Spades, and the King of Hearts. Now, what we want to do with these kings is we are going to go ahead and do something interesting. So, with these four kings, I thee wed. No, sorry. With these four kings, I'm going to turn up two of the kings and then leave the other two face down. And what we're going to do is when I close this packet and flip it over, if I was to count through this, you would expect to see two kings face up and two kings face down. That's what will happen unless I snap. Because now when I snap, that will make every card appear as though it is facing the same direction. I know, strange, right? Super strange. I'm going to break a rule of magic. We're going to do that again. And a lot of the times, you're not supposed to do the same trick twice. And so, I want to be a bad boy of magic too. Let's go ahead and break the rules. So I'm going to close that up, turn it face down. But if I snap, every card will look like it is facing in the same direction. It's like those kings are disrespecting me. They don't want to look at me. They're just like, nah. Nam's an old guy. He's talking about Blockbuster and Are You Afraid of the Dark and Nickelodeon. Those are old guy things. You know what? They're gonna they're gonna regret that because we don't want kings who are gonna judge us being all ageist, right? And so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make them a little dizzy, and by making them a little dizzy, we're going to eject them because they are no longer there are no kings here anymore. Now they're replaced by here's one ace. Let's go ahead and do another one. Here's a second ace. And let me just finish up the whole. So we have hmm one, two. Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did. Guys, we have to mulligan this one. We have to mulligan. I was doing so good. I was doing so good. All right, I know what I did. I was too busy trying to make the story. That's okay. That's okay. All right, you guys ready? Hold on to your butts. All right. Here, let me introduce you to the King of Diamonds, the King of Clubs, the King of Hearts, the King of Spades. And here's what we're going to do. We are going to go ahead and use the... Guys, this is going to have to become a boss trick. Boss trick. Shh. This is going to become a boss trick. Who requested? Charlie. Charlie's Beats. Well done. We have found a boss. Normally, I shouldn't have even messed that up the second time, but guys, if you don't know what a boss trick is, it's a trick that I have to work on. All right. Of course, says Charlie. Charlie is happy to find these. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, okay. So, right, very nice. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I have to. From the top. Okay. King of Diamonds. King of Clubs. King of Hearts. King of Spades. Ah, I pity the fool. With these four kings, I want to do something very interesting. We are going to go ahead and turn two of the kings face up and leave two of the kings face down. If we turn them all over, you would expect to see two kings face up and two kings face down if I was to count through. But no, they're so disrespectful to me. So disrespectful that they made me mess up the trick twice. So we're going to prove a point to them by getting the trick right this time. Hopefully. So look, we're going to turn them face down. And look, they're all going to look like they are all facing in the same direction. I know the accent just changed all of a sudden, right? Okay, but look. Now if we twist, we're going to eliminate one of those kings because it turns into an ace. Then we're going to go ahead and twist again. Eliminate another king because we're going to turn it into an ace. And then we're going to twist it one, two more times because we know that there's an ace here, an ace here, an ace here, and an ace here. And of course, when I spread, you can kind of see that there's only aces here. You're probably wondering, where are the kings? Well, if I show you, they have swapped places with the aces because all of the kings are here in the middle of the deck. And that, my friends, was a struggle. That was actually one of the worst ones in a long time. Oh, oh. Charlie's Beats keeping me on my toes. Thanks, Charlie, for that request. Thank you kindly for the claps. Orion and Kyo Demon, Double Triple, Andres, and welcome in Bersus200. How are you doing, Bersus? Good to see you. Um, Guys, you're not following our friend Bersus200. Please give Bersus200 a follow. Do I arrive on time for one more magic? Oh, yeah, there's actually at least two more tricks in the queue, and I always at least do a finale trick. But, Bersus, if you would like to request a trick, my trick list, which is a streamer song list, is pinned in chat. So you can request a trick too if you would like. OMG, no necessary, but thank you for the shout out. Oh, yeah, you're welcome, Bersus. No problem. Orion Send says, everyone filled the queue actually, or if you're a nerd like me, the queue. I don't know if I mean I feel like queue for the queue has not been nerdy for like a while. Okay, next up we have. Oh wait, there was a warning for a an ad break, right? Hold on, when was that? Is that not too long ago? Yeah, an ad break starting soon. Okay. I will wait until after the ad break to do the next trick. But actually, this will be great because um, that means that Bersus has never seen this one, for sure, presumably. By the way, if anybody's been sitting around, you've not hydrated for a bit, please feel free to hydrate. Oh yes, if you're not following our friend Bersus200, Bersus, violinist, plays violin in stream, so definitely give Bersus200 a follow. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Oh, see, that explains everything. You're using the power of Q. Like Q like John Delancey Q, like from Star Trek. Is that what I'm doing? I just snap my fingers. Oh, don't tell Shh, don't tell everyone. Shh. I'm sorry. I mean, wait. No, if I just call it out and just like ridicule it, like, no, that's ridiculous. That would perfectly hide the fact, right? Like that just means that there's no way that I would be using the method that I would just say, "Oh no, don't tell everyone." Shh. That's okay. That's okay. All of the people who could hear, they were the ones who didn't have ads, and then everybody who had the ads, they couldn't hear the secret. So it's okay. Shh. All right. Um, we back from ads. Welcome back. Versus Double Triple. Thanks for letting me know. Andre says, Keo, I'd like to ask a question with all due respect, of course. If I go to your restaurant and show a picture of my kittens, is there a possibility of just getting a small discount? I'm just kidding. Andres, I don't know if you know, but Keo is the cook, right? So to get your small discount, you might have to give them some meat. I don't know if you can just give them a picture of kittens. You might have to give them the kittens. Sorry, was that too much? I mean, this is like Nom After Dark. It's like way after dark now. Like Orion Sen says, kittens is a doable on entendre in my circle. I don't know how to respond to that. Of course, says Kyoto. You guys are ridiculous. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. We're gonna do this trick now. So here we have four cards. Now this trick, we are going to you're going to try and follow the money card, okay? I'm going to make it really easy because the cards are blank. The cards are blank except for the money card. So this one's blank, this one's blank, this oh yeah, this is the money card and then this one's blank, okay? And so here's the money card. So the money card is let's pretend it is, I mean, we don't have to pretend. It's the third one from the top, right? Now, if I was to reverse count the cards, you would expect that it will become what? Second from the top, right? But that's actually not the case. It's actually the bottom. I know, that's super weird. That doesn't make any sense, right? Now, if I was to reverse count the cards again, you would expect it to go from the bottom to the top. And if you said that, you are correct because here it is. Now, look, I'm just going to go ahead and ask you where, if I was to mix these up, where is the money card? Some people might say that the money card is here on the top. And to that I would say, no, that's a blank card. Some people would then say, oh, it must have been the one on the bottom. And no, that's also a blank card. And some people would say, no, it's got to be the one that was in the middle. And no, that's a blank card too. Now, a lot of people would naturally say, oh, it's got to be this one over here. And I'm going to tell you that no, 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 this is a red herring. This is not where the money card is because the money card is actually on the bottom over here. Now, the name of this trick is called red herring. So, this is what a red herring looks like. And that, my friends, is a red herring. Mark Rides, welcome in. How's it going? How you doing? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Mark Rides says the money card, one of the three. Mark Rides was correct. Although Mark Rides may have seen that trick before. Mark Rides has been in here. Pursues 200 says, what? And Mark Rides says bottom of those three. Yep, yep, that's right. Mark Rides knew it. There you go. And Pursues is like, what? The devil. Orion senses, lol, awesome. Thank you kindly for the claps. Bursus 200, double triple, Orion send. Andres. Mark Ride says, in the 3-pack, I saw what you did. Actually, I didn't see it, but I suspected your hands are still faster than my eyes. Thank you for that, Mark Rides. Appreciate it. And yeah, honestly, even if you know how the tricks are done, um, like honestly, if you appreciate the performance and you still enjoyed it, honestly, at this point, also, I enjoy like the reactions in chat. Like, thank you for like Bersus, I loved your reaction. What? What? The devil? That's wonderful for me. um, let's see here. And then I always feel the magic like an ASMR. Yes. If you want some ASMR magic, okay, here we go. Ready? All right, was that ASMR magic enough? I mean, I guess that was just ASMR shuffling, but all right. Anyway, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That's one of my that's one of the tricks that I really like um, from the hilarity factor. It's just hilarious. The way people react, it's awesome. Thank you kindly for the claps. Charlie's Beats, Pursues 200, laughing at my reaction to Pursues reacting to me doing magic. um, Orion says, I think this is by far my favorite so far because I love a little camp in my magic, like the camp in which is also why I like kid tricks. Oh, I am very simple in what satisfies me. No, so yeah, if you want cheesy tricks, just if when you request a trick, if you remind me, I can come up with some cheesy explanations for like I don't know, maybe about a quarter to a third of the tricks that I have. So let me know. Let me see. Bersus 200 says, I'm so slow for figure out how magic is done. Bersus, it's not just you. It's okay. Most people don't figure out most how most magic is done. That's why it's magic. Otherwise, it's just a talent. Like, um, so if you could figure out how this was done, then nobody would be entertained by me. And well, some people might be entertained by me for other reasons outside of the magic, but they wouldn't be entertained by the magic. That's what I'm saying. Andre says, "Don't tell anyone, but we suspect Flash's true identity." Craze, wink, wink, says Andres. Would you say that I'm the fastest thing alive? Because that would be copyright infringement on Sonic the Hedgehog. I miss being able to cool shuffle. Rede- Mark Rides has redeemed scandalous shuffling. Star Trek and steampunk or cyberpunk. All right, okay. Guys, if you did not know, we have a redeem here called um, scandalous shuffling, and when that happens, I have to scandalous shuffle cards together. Scandalous shuffle. So we're gonna have to do that right now. And so let's go ahead and pull out. Let's see. Let's find a Kyo. Thank you so much for the Final Fantasy VII fanfare. Appreciated. So let's go ahead and find a Star Trek deck. Here we have a Star Trek deck. And then either steampunk or cyberpunk. So cyberpunk will be easier for me from the standpoint of it's literally right here. Is this it? No, this one's cyberpunk cybernetic. Oh, okay. All right, we have three choices for the cyberpunk. So, Mark Rides, if you have a preference, we have cyberpunk cybernetic, cyberpunk cyber city, or cyberpunk hardwired, and then a Star Trek. Let's see. Mark Ride says that's also why I tend to lean towards Star Trek stuff. Ha, very simple sat fuzz. Also me, black hole physics. Can you do Devil's Elevator with Star Trek after the shuffle? Uh, yeah, we can do that. Use Star Trek cards. Okay. Oh, with Star Trek cards. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay. I will do 8 card brainwave for Kyo Demon before that though. So we'll do the Scandalous Shuffle, 8 card brainwave, and then Little Devil with Star Trek. Or yeah. Or sorry, you said you actually wanted Devil's Elevator. Okay, okay. We'll do the main one. Yeah, yeah. Devil's Elevator for Mark Rides. Okay. Star Trek cards. Okay. Sorry, just so I keep things straight and let's remove this one. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's see here. Wait, we can do it after Devil's Elevator Star Trek themed. Yes. Yep. I haven't seen the cards, but the boxes are amazing before we lose the cards. And I see what you're saying. Or maybe since the cards will be lost. Um, you know what? No, no, no. This is fine. This will be fine. Undo your if you want to save for end. Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, no. This will be fine. Okay. I'm gonna roll a. Okay. One, two, three. Oh, third cyberpunk. One. So this one or this one from your perspective. Certainly not this one. That one can't be the third one. I think I pointed them in this direction, so this one. Okay. Now we're gonna do a scandalous shuffle first, and we're just gonna do it. Okay. So for anybody who has not seen this cyberpunk deck, here's the back design of this cyberpunk deck. For anybody who's never seen the Star Trek deck, which comes with a communicator. It's two cards as a communicator. Here's the back design of the Star Trek deck. And then here's what the faces of this Cyberpunk deck look like. So this is Cyberpunk Hardwired. So here we go. It has the black suits are like blue, and the red suits are mostly still red. They're kind of like pink or just really bright. Um, and so, yeah. The good news is that these contrast with those very well, and also I don't need the entire deck for Devil's Elevator. So if we take a look, here's most of the cards look the same. Most of the face cards or actually all the face cards in the Star Trek deck are Star Trek characters. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to scandalously shuffle these two decks together. Uh, and so it begins. Here we go. All right, and we will say that the scandalous shuffle is now complete. Look at how scandalous this is. There we go. Deck envy, says Orion Send. I mean, I have a ton of decks, so it's okay. All right, the reason why that was okay was that I could go and separate these right now, or I can just do it at the end of stream because I have another Star Trek deck that we can use. This one was the like white bordered one. This one is, I mean, it's still white bordered, but it's like actually these don't look that different, do they? They're just a little bit different because this has it's dark. It's so it'll be fine. It's okay. All right. But before we do that, let's go ahead and do 8 card brainwave. So, Kyo, I don't know if you're still there, but if you would like to interact with this 8 card brainwave, I will need a selection made. Now, I'm going to show 8 cards in a second, and I don't want you to choose the first card that comes to mind. Maybe not even the second card, because I could predict that. Maybe choose your third or fourth choice. Okay? Alright, so here we go. The manipulation may or may not have begun. Now, we have to race an ad break. Alright, Kyo, you can go ahead and tell me which card you have selected. Just go ahead and tell chat, because I will show you that I knew which one the entire time. And so, We have it. Go ahead and select one of these cards. See, heat map on the 7 of clubs, therefore, Kyo must have selected the 7 of clubs. Well, I don't know if you happen to know, but look, all of these cards happen to be blue backed cards. All of them except for the 7 of clubs. And that, my friends, is the 8 card brainwave. Thank you for that request, Kyo.
You just blew my mind.
And for anybody who's never seen that trick before, yeah, none of this was set up. Free choice, you know. Thank you kindly for the claps. Q Demon, thank you for the mind blown. Thank you for the claps and the applause. Kyo, Bersus, Orion Send for the mind blown and the claps. Andres and Charlie's Beats. Thank you guys. And I won't start the next trick until after the ad break so that everybody can watch it because we do know one is incoming. So, all right. Oh yeah, but we will get ready for it because oh yeah, but this one will probably be fun because we can choose uh characters. So let's see who's going to represent. I have 90 seconds to make some choices here. All right. So, you know what? Certainly Scotty has to be around even though he doesn't have to be part of the away team that goes down. Certainly Kirk because he would do that, right? Um he would go down. And then certainly Bones, aka Dr. McCoy, Spock. All right, so yeah, this is probably a good away team here. And then let's go ahead and choose. Oh, I don't know. Should I use the red sixes and nines? Actually, I could just use all of the sixes, right? Let's just use all the sixes because the color contrast won't matter because we're just using face cards anyway. Okay. All right. I see that Kyo has requested another trick called the Invisible Deck. Kyo, I don't know if you know, you're choosing all of the mind-blowing ones tonight. So, all right, let's see here. We okay. Okay. I just picked the one with the longest last done. Oh, Kyo, great strategy. Great strategy. That helps keep me honest too. Orion Sen says, when you have the opportunity, would you mind sending me the link to your YouTube again? Because for whatever reason, I keep losing it. I don't know why I haven't managed to save it. I think I had to. Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you want, we have a command for that here, so you can go ahead and boom, right there. uh, www.youtube.com/at crazy underscore Asian spelled this weird way. Actually, I know that that's slightly less readable, but there it is. We back. Welcome back from the ad break. All right. Mark Wright says, which characters do we have? Oh no, this is the OG. So we have Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and Sulu. So here we go. I have Scotty over here, but he's not actually going to be in the away party. He's just going to be the one that's beaming people up and down. So yeah. Okay. So first things first. We have the King of Hearts, which is James T. Kirk, Captain James T. Kirk. We have Spock, King of Spades, whom is the first officer and the science officer. We have Dr. McCoy, whom is also called Bones, but the chief medical officer. And then we have Lieutenant Sulu, Hikaru Sulu, and he is the navigation engineer. I actually don't always remember what it was. Also, didn't his position change between series and stuff? Anyway, and then we have the four sixes, because actually, if you ever watched Star Trek, the animated series, the devil is actually a legitimate character. I know, super weird. So here, I'm going to put Kirk here. Then we're going to put Spock here. Then we're going to put McCoy here. And then we're going to put Sulu. Sulu's the first one. And Sulu is going to beam down to the surface first. But he's only able to get 2 kilometers, 2 kilometers away from the beam site. And you can't, like, easily escape. But for him to escape, he needs to get back up to the away team landing site, because they put, I don't know if pattern enhancers actually existed back in this series, but that's the way that they then get out, because Scotty can lock on and beam Sulu back to the Enterprise. Next, um, wait, who do we have next? We had McCoy. So McCoy is going to be here. He's going to find a way to make it 3 kilometers out away from the landing site. And we forgot to use the elevator. Oh, no, they don't use the elevator. They just beam every single time, right? So so here he's 3 kilometers away from the landing site, and he gets into some trouble. So he needs to make it back to the ship. And so here, as he runs back, he communicates with Scotty. Hey, can you get me out of here? And of course, he says, yes. If you just get up to the site, I can beam you back. Now, at this point, McCoy was able to get some telemetry back. Yeah, so now he rematerialized. Boom, there he is. McCoy was able to get some telemetry back, and so they were able to get a scan of the planet's surface, and they were able to see that here is the planet's surface filled with sixes, so it's the devil planet, right? And then so here we had, wait, who was this? This was Spock. So now Spock, he's going to venture 4 kilometers away from the landing site here, and he also gets into some trouble, and he needs to make it back to the site to be able to beam back safely, because otherwise he might experience Ponfar. I know, is that a deep cut? Ones in chat if you know what Ponfar is. Turbolift is the elevator in Star Trek universe. That's correct. Turbolift is the elevator in Star Trek universe. And Orion says it's because clearly having all of your molecules scrambled is far safer. All right, Charlie's Beats got a 1. Gibson Lens got a 1. All right, but as we know that Spock has greater endurance than a human because he is Vulcan, and he does run back up to the site so that then Scotty can beam him up. Damn, says Versus 200. Now, some people think that here, Captain James T. Kirk, he's been sitting down on his butt, and he's just like, everybody knows that he doesn't just want to sit down, and he wants to get on that planet too. And so, look, he's actually going to just go down to 5 kilometers away, and he's going to explore the largest radius, bring back everything that they need from this away mission. And he's going to be able to come right back to the landing site because now he just says the famous line, even though Mandela effect, maybe he never actually said it, but Scotty, beam me up. And I don't know if you can tell, but Captain James T. Kirk beams aboard the Enterprise, leaving the Devil Planet behind. And that, my friends, was a Star Trek version of the Devil's Elevator, tweaked a little bit. Yeah, sorry I didn't wait for any of the sound alerts because I think just at the point that I was telling the story, it's just like I think we're in too deep now, so just gonna keep the momentum going. Let's see here. All I know that Lieutenant Sulu is an amazing swordsman, says Orion. um, oh, that was obviously a very difficult thing for me to recall. Also, me backing up on the recently showed me remembering you're a parent and therefore just gave up halfway through that. Yes, I am a parent. I am a parent to almost a kindergartner. So later this year, my kid enters kindergarten. So we're gonna have a preschool, pre-K graduation. Because clearly having all of your molecules scrambled is far safer. I mean, yes, you and I all have these strange feelings of if a transporter was a real technology today, would you step in it? Because is the one that materializes at the other end, assuming it does, is that you? This is like a philosophical, like, it's like a philosophy machine. um, Thank you kindly for that request, Mark Rides, and thank you for all the sound alerts, everybody. And so we do have a couple of people who know what Pon Far is. All right, this is the kind of thing that I love when talking to nerds. Actually, but in a fun fashion. I did read "damn" out loud when we did the trick, and then Pon Far launched 1,000 ships quite literally. Yeah. Pon Far was the episode where Kirk had to fight Spock. Yes. Was that an episode or was that a movie? I don't recall, but so, for anybody who doesn't know what Ponfar is, Ponfar is the name of the effectively Vulcan mating season for males, where they all go crazy, and if they don't mate, they're gonna fight to the death, or so that's what the lore indicates. Thank you kindly for the emotes and the claps. Bursus 200, Double Triple, Charlie's Beats, yeah, Double Trouble says Ponfar, horny, horny Vulcan. Exactly, that's correct. All right, next request is the Invisible deck. Redeem clear plastic cards. Unfortunately, I can't do the Invisible deck trick with the clear plastic cards, so we can do the Invisible deck, and then I will have to choose another trick to do with the clear plastic cards. But Keo, while you are there, we will need you to uh, begin this trick. So I have a deck here. I'm going to send it to you through the internet pipes. So how we do that is I'm going to go ahead and toss it through the camera, and then it's going to go through the internet, and it's going to come out the other side to you. It will be invisible though when it reaches you. And so here we go. One, two, and three. All right. I don't know if you guys could tell, but it is now traveling through the internet pipes to Keo Demon. Keo, can you go ahead and when you get the deck, I know you won't be able to see it's invisible, but open up the deck, take out the whole deck, find a card that you want, pull it out, turn it around facing in the opposite direction, put it back in the deck, close up the deck, put the deck back into the box, close it up, and then put the deck back through the internet pipes and send it back to me right here. And let me know when you've done that and when you've sent the deck back to me. Mark Wright says, in an episode, Kirk got chosen as a champion to fight Spock by the Vulcan woman she knew he would overcome with guilt if he killed Kirk. And if he lost, he would be dead. Yes. Okay, sent back. All right, great. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna wait for it. Wow, that's a great throw, man, because I think it's coming. All right, there it is. Okay, excellent. So now the deck is here. Thank you, Keo. All right, now the camera will not break away. So here is the deck. You will see everything on screen. Keo Demon, it is now safe to tell me and chat what card was your card. I'll come back and read all of the Star Trek stuff. Two of Hearts. Two of Hearts. I don't know if you know, but the Two of Hearts, because I sent it through the internet pipes, you did that, and it came back the Two of Hearts. The Two of Hearts. The Two of Hearts. So here's the interesting thing here. Let me go ahead and just show you that in this deck, if I just spread through here, I'm going to happen to find a card that is facing in the opposite direction. Okay? There's just one card facing in the opposite direction. One card only. And if, so. Would it not be crazy if this was indeed? I mean, what are the odds, right? Look, it's one in, it's certainly there was no way I could have predicted that. Certainly no way. Unless the cards actually did travel through the internet pipes. And you really did take the card out and put it back in. Because this most certainly is the Two of Hearts. And that, my friends, is the invisible deck. Keo Demon, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Thank you so much. Bersu says, damn! And an ad break is starting soon. Thanks for the warning, Saribot. And thank you, kindly, for the claps. Bersus, that is wild, honestly. So, Bersus, 200. Next time, come back to this. So, this is one of the tricks that I will not do more than once per stream. So, Bersus, come back next time and request Invisible Deck. You can choose the card that you want. You'll see if everything is exactly, and I assure you, everything is exactly the way that you see it here. Kagome Shuko, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for the request. I see that it is there. Let's see here. Pursue says, that is wild, honestly. Thank you kindly for the claps. Double Tribble. And Kagome says, hi, Kagome. Welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Pursues 200 says, I 100% will come back next stream. Yeah, so I normally do Magic just on Sundays. If you catch me next stream and I stream in the middle of the week, I'm probably doing other stuff. I'm probably doing video games or something. So we need Invisible Deck with Invisible Deck. So not doable. Can't do that. So we have a clear, and I know that Keo has actually redeemed the clear plastic cards. The good news is that Kagome's requested trick we can do with clear plastic cards. So we are going to do that. Holding up, nerve damage sucks. Oh, okay. Also, 90-second ad break. All right, you know what? This is a great time to BRB because I need to empty my bladder. So be right back. Okay, the ad break is finishing now, according to Saribot. All right, yeah, let me catch up with chat. Kagome says, nerves that control my balance and hearing are literally damaged. I'm sorry, Kagome. I hope things can improve if possible. Mark Wright says, I'm so sorry, that sucks. Orion Sen says, oh, what a bummer. I mean, we've talked about this before because when I was very novice playing around with the sleight of hand, etc., I was recommended that particular deck. I didn't realize that there were limitations to it versus other decks. It just seems like an interesting gimmick. Orion Sen says, wait! The magician made himself disappear! I mean, magicians can disappear, right? Shaffer Stern, welcome in. Good morning, says Shaffer Stern. Good morning. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Good morning to you. All right, so next up we have trick requested by Kagome Shuko, but actually we're doing a redeem for Kyodemon using clear plastic cards. So I believe we should be able to do this trick without any issues with the clear plastic deck. So let's go ahead and do. Stern says, I'm doing good, and how are you? I'm mostly doing pretty well. I am a little hurt in my foot because I am suffering from a gout attack, but other than that, I'm fine. I did a magic like workshop earlier today at my library, but that went very well. Orion Sen says, because I have to use voice to text, I'm always a little bit behind on chat. But as someone who's also disabled and deals with chronic pain and other limitations, just wanted to say, I see you and acknowledge you, and I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for those kind words, Orion Sen, for Kagome Shuko. All right, so, for those of you who have never seen the clear plastic deck before, let me first show you the clear plastic deck. So here are the clear plastic cards. Now, they're plastic cards, so they're way more slippery than a regular deck of cards. And the cards look basically like this. So there's this clear like diamond around where the pips would be, and the indexes are on these corners. And so I think when people originally started redeeming this redeem, they were hoping to see some magic uh, through the clear windows of the cards. But hopefully I am good enough that that may not be an issue. And so sometimes I have to pick and choose my battles. There are actually some tricks where I'm like, no, I can't use the clear deck for that. But I think this one should hopefully be okay. So over here I've set aside the 4 aces. And we are going to go ahead and turn these all face down onto the pad. Let me also center this. I don't know how that got uncentered. I didn't like move. I guess maybe when I got up or something. Okay, all right. So, and then here, what we're going to do is we are going to place 3 cards on top of each one. Okay. I almost think that now, while I'm doing it, it's almost harder to see because the clearness on each one here. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take the ace of clubs, place it in amongst these cards, and we're going to place this kind of near the bottom. So like here. And take the ace of hearts, place that in here, and place it kind of in the middle. Wow, the glare on this is pretty horrible. Then we're going to take the ace of diamonds, and we're going to place that kind of like near the top, but not too close to the top. So like maybe here. And then finally, we have the Ace of Spades. Yeah, I do have to worry about that glare a lot. Now, here's something interesting. Instead of doing this, all you have to do is go one, two, three, and I don't know if you could tell, but wait, one, two, three. Ugh! All of the aces have jumped back up to the top of the deck because there's no other aces in this deck. Is that strange? That's a little strange. And that, my friends, I will call a successful performance, except that little flub at the end where nothing changed. But it's okay, we got there. We got there. I don't think that was. I feel like if I was just using regular cards, I wouldn't have flubbed there. That's just a slippery, clear card thing. So anyway, thank you for that request, Kagome, and thank you for that redeem, Kyo. All right, I know I saw a couple big chats. Let me catch up. Orion Senses. I think I got this deck when I was 12. I actually did some decent sweat of hand with it once, again because it's slippery. In in context, even sweat of hand, man. You know what? I'm sorry that this is what it's come to, but I've been keeping track of things or phrases that might be hilarious magic trick names, and sweat of hand totally sounds like it could be a hilarious magic trick name. So I'm gonna note that. We've got a note. Sweat of hand. What are you doing right there? Is that sleight of hand? No, no, this is sweat of hand. It's a little bit different. A little bit different. That's almost. You know what? I'm almost glad that that happened because that's a brilliant idea. That's brilliant. See, Kagome says to Mark Rides, thanks. Cause sucks tons and it as it never should have happened. Got the main issue fixed with the nerves take forever to heal. I was in an altered mental state and had broken heart syndrome, stress cardiomyopathy, which mimics a heart attack, and the cardiologist took advantage of me. Oh, I'm sorry, and implanted a leadless pacemaker. It literally goes inside your heart, and the thing was leaking electricity and never once paced my heart. Blood conducts electricity. Nobody in the hospital believed me. And then now this makes sense from Orion said, lol, slight, not sweat. Thank you kindly for the claps. Kyo Demon, Shufferstern, Double Triple. Kagome Shuko says, 3 months in the hospital. Nobody believed me when I would tell them my feet were vibrating and that I was unnaturally dizzy and had no balance. Took me another 5 months seeing various doctors to finally find somebody to remove it. Oh, that is brutal, Kagome. Thank you kindly for the claps, Andres, and the applause, Andres. And Orion Sen says, I'm not mad about voice to text botching that. I understand completely. Kagome Shuko needs to come up with more magic trick names. Yeah, I've been actually collecting a bunch. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 6 really good ones. Actually, I don't even know if I have the correct attribution for all of them. I do have a few, but actually not all of them have. Oh, wait, wait, wait. This one I think I knew was. Okay, alright. Yeah, I don't have correct attribution, I think, to all of them. But Kagome, I think you came up with one of these because I have attribution for pulling the giraffe's leg, I think was one of them. So, and Kyo, if you're still here, we obviously have residual surprise, and then actually one that I think came from your stream while you were doing Tactical Tuesday, paltry poultry. I thought that was going to be a brilliant trick name, and I'm like, yeah, that that would be awesome. And today, sweat of hand and pulling the giraffe's leg. So, all right, excellent. Lol. Yeah. So paltry poultry actually was not on my stream. I actually was just listening to Keo talking on his stream, and I was like, oh, that would be brilliant. Let me write that down. So I wrote that down. Okay. All right. But yeah, if you guys come up with like ridiculous things that you think might be hilarious trick names, just present them to me. I'm always looking for inspiration. So I'll be like, "Oh man, I need to come up with a trick for this trick, for this card trick." And I'm like, "All right, let's come up with one." Orion responds to Kagome. Wow, that's awful. I hope that there's some kind of correction that happened or on course for correction. Things like that caused my mother to start a nonprofit for medical advocacy. Wow, that's actually super awesome. Um, to me, it always you never know what can motivate somebody, right? And you never know what somebody has been through that might motivate them to do something. And honestly, it just takes one thing to happen to somebody that can make them do a change that could then change the world, right? And so, for things like that, I truly wish the best for you, and I have a lot of nerve issues, and even with the best access, it's ridiculous and uncertain. Yours is far worse than mine. Oh, no, sorry. I am certain that yours is worse than mine. Kagome says, "Yeah, I was in a hotel and sleeping in a recliner that I had to buy. I also had a broken collarbone, and the hotel manager was very mean, and so now dealing with nerve damage and contractor fraud. Haven't been able to find a lawyer yet with a contractor that sold over $200,000. That's a lot of money." Andre says, "Does it count in Spanish?" I mean, Andres, if you want to give me a Spanish trick name, like there are some excellent trick names. For example, already on my trick list, uh, um, what is it? It is Incauto Tramposo, right? There's another one that is called El Juego de Dolores, which is it translates to Dolores's game, and but like the person who created the trick is Spanish, and so but so I don't have El Juego de Dolores on my trick list, but if you look on my YouTube, you'll find El Juego de Dolores. So this isn't an ad, but the main thing this nonprofit does is connect people with representation. I don't log into this very often, but I will check in if you want to send me a whisper. Yeah, by all means, if you guys want to communicate. And also, I think both of you are in the Discord, so you can also communicate. Obviously, not in a public Discord, but you can at least know that you're the same people when you directly message, is what I'm implying. Okay, next up, Shufferstern has requested twisting Picasso's arm. Let me get ready for that. I think Andres. Let me also put the stipulation that I would want to be able to pronounce it, so don't make it too difficult. I'd like to think, even though I don't really speak Spanish, but like I'd like to think I can hopefully read it and pronounce it. Oh, unfortunately, my won't support Discord. Okay, yeah, yeah. So yeah, we'll probably whisper on Twitch. That's probably the safest way. My laptop is from the Obama administration, and it's being held up by just pure hope. Ooh, my sympathies on the Obama era laptop. Words that I never thought I would say together. All right. Okay. All right. Don't worry, haha. An ad break is starting soon. All right, speed run. Okay, so here we go. We have one, two, three, four. These are all black spot cards. And actually, look, if I show you, they're actually all blue backed cards. Okay, but I'm going to go ahead and grab a little bit of red paint and put that red paint here. And look, I don't know if you can tell, but it has changed one of these cards to be red. But now let me grab some more red paint and add some more. And look, now two of these cards are red backed cards. Now let me go ahead and grab some more red paint. And now three of these are red back cards. Now I do want to show you that up until this point we do have a blue card left, But all we have to do is grab a little bit of this red paint, and actually, all of these cards have become red back cards. Actually, all of these cards, not only did we paint the backs red, but they were black spot cards, but no, we painted portraits on all of their faces. And that, my friends, is a speedrun version of twisting Picasso's arm, also sometimes referred to as Picasso's paintings in my tricks. So if you look for them on YouTube or something, you might see it under both names. But I remember it as twisting Picasso's arm because that's how I created it. But yeah, I think if I was to publish it, I'd probably just use twisting Picasso's arm, honestly. Thank you for that request, Shuffer Stern. Thank you for the mind blown, Shuffer Stern, and thank you for the claps, double triple. Orion Sen says, my thoughts on a Spanish trick name is something related to Sublime. Andre says, what? And I beat I beat the ad break. Let me see here. Okay. Orion sending a big message to Kagome about on the board of directors, also disabled first-hand experience. So I'd probably be managing the situation. I know it's like firsthand. All the recommendations are vetted, etc. Not to divert from the stream topic. No worries. You guys can chat with whatever you like in chat. I guess within Twitch TOS. Let me put that stipulation there. Thank you kindly for the applause, Andres. I think this was the trick name that inspired the idea of pulling the draft's leg. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Sent you a whisper. All right, cool. Awesome. All right. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. Okay, so pulling the draft's leg, because this is called twisting Picasso's arm. That makes sense. I think I remember that now. I think I remember that now. All right. Okay. All right, guys. The ad break is finishing now. Okay. I've gone on a little bit longer than I normally would, but you know, that's perfectly okay. But let's go ahead and do a last call. So if anybody would like to see any more magic, feel free to go ahead and request. And then even if nobody does, I will put a finale trick into the queue, and we will definitely do a finale. Um, whether we already have a request, excellent, cool. So we'll do all the requests, and then we will do um, finale. Kagome says it would be weird to not follow Twitch TOS in chat. They are more liberal than some platforms. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen a bunch of stuff in chat, and I'm like, man, if anybody else was in this chat besides these three people, certainly this is not TOS. Yeah, so I've definitely seen, but you know what? Like, I feel like it's open enough where just so long as like you know who's there and like nobody's getting hurt or anything, and like I don't know, there's definitely some talk that is not okay. I'm gonna put that out there right now, but I feel like there's some talk that is certainly acceptable, but would not be like politically correct. Let's say. Um, but I ultimately, if I know that those people don't mean any true harm, right, and it's just they're just saying it to be funny, and they don't like maybe it doesn't reflect their true beliefs or anything. I don't know. There's a lot of weird stipulations in that, so I guess I'm just digging myself into a hole. So sorry, don't judge me, don't cancel me. Orion Sen says, rarely shakes angry fist, not fish head voice. Now I'm just imagining Orion Sen just holding a fish, just whipping it around, like, oh. Actually, wait, we have an emote for that, right? Wait. Okay, so here's. Alright, so here. Woo! There you go. There's an idea for you, a card trick. Angry fish. I mean, there's already one called red herring, which could be. But you know what? We could maybe incorporate one. I don't know. I got to be more inspired, I think, than angry fish. But thank you for the attempt. Let's see. Silly trick name. Shampooing the chocolate. Oh my God, Kagome. All right. Yes. Shampooing the chocolate cake. Look, there's no explanation for that. You just have to experience a trick called shampooing the chocolate cake. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That's going in for sure. I don't even know how that's going to translate to anything, but you know what? That's on the list. Let me reel you in with angry fish. I think also because like there's already Angry Birds. That's like has been an app for a thing. Like I don't. Sorry, Orion Send is not sparking. Chocolate cake turns into vanilla. That could be a thing. Yeah, I don't know what the plot would be, but oh, shampooing the chocolate cake. Hmm. Oh, I see. You're trying to give Orion Send. You're trying to give the reason why. That's actually kind of brilliant. You know what? I might have to note that. Orion Send. Man, I don't need to be that creative. I can just chat with chat, and you guys can be creative for me. Thanks, guys. This is great. This is wonderful. All right. Um. So, oh, hold on. I have to get ready for Revolver. Fully loaded. Let me see if I remember how to do it. Because actually, I don't know if I've done this one in a bit. It's probably been a hot minute. Actually, I'm gonna get more tea, but that's just turn around and put it in the tea machine. By tea machine, I mean it's just gonna put hot water into the thing. Orion Sen says something something. I have a sweet tooth right now, and I really want dessert. My stomach is thinking for me. Yeah, no, but like your explanation of chocolate cake turns into vanilla because it's called shampooing the chocolate cake. That also makes a lot of sense, like from a thematic standpoint, and then also like yeah, chocolate cake, red velvet, then vanilla. Yeah, so see, like the black pips could, or the black cards can be chocolate, and then the red velvet. Man, that's brilliant. Like red velvet can be the red cards, and then I don't know if it turns vanilla. You know, I work with blank cards, right? That's totally a thing. Man, oh, see, already this trick is already coming to fruition in my mind. So, okay, all right. Where were we? Oh yes, so revolver fully loaded. Let's go. Thank you for that request, Kyo Demon. This is based on a trick that is called revolver, but I amped it up a little bit. Not necessarily from a presentation because anyway. So here we have the ace, two, three, four, five, and six. That's brilliant. As someone who really wanted to do the the magic, that's like the best comment I think I've ever heard. Thank you. Yes, that's that honestly, that's a really good idea. Like I just explained my thought process for that trick, and I think that could work. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to fire off a bullet, and as we fire off each bullet, the ace through six will represent the bullet being fired by turning itself face down. So Kagome says, "Is an ideas person." All right, so look, we're just gonna make our hand fingers gun, and I'm gonna go bang. And I don't know if you noticed, but look, here's the five, here's the four, here's the oh, thanks for the bang, Shepard's turn. Here's the three, here's the two, but now here's the six, here's the ace. So that's turned face down. But now what we're gonna do is we're gonna fire the second bullet. And so everybody make your finger gun and go bang! Shepard's turn, great timing on that because here we have our five, our four, our three, our six, and there's our two. And now let's go ahead and do it for the third one. So let's make our fingers gun and go bang. Man, Shepard's turn, you're on it. So here we have our five, our four, our six, our ace, our two, and our three has turned itself face down. Now let's go ahead and fire off that fourth bullet. So the 4. And we'll make our fingers gun to go bang. And of course, here's um, our 5, our 2, our ace, our 6, and there's our 4 because here's our 3. And now let's go ahead and fire off the 5th bullet. And so we'll make our fingers gun and go bang. And so, of course, we have our 6, our ace, our 2, our 3, our 4, and of course our. Oh no! Guys. Keo, you have found a boss trick. Congratulations. Alright. Man, when was the last time we did that one? That's been a while. So we are going to have to start that one again. And we will go ahead and mulligan. Alright, we'll have to speed run the first few. Okay. So here we go. Man, we were going so well. Alright. Ace, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. Now let's go ahead and fire off our gun. Here's the first one. Here's our 5, our 4, our 3, our 2, and there's the 6, and the ace has turned itself face down. Now let's go ahead and go bang. I don't know if you can tell, but look, here's our 5, 4, 3, 6, and there's our 2 face down. Now let's go ahead and do our third one. Bang. Okay, and here's our 5 and 4, our 6, our ace, our 2, and our 3. Okay, next, let's go ahead and fire off our 4. Bang! So here's our 5, our 2, our ace, our 6. And there's our 4. And then I believe this is where we were before. We are now going to fire off our 5th bullet. And now, bang. Thank you, Andres, for that bullet. And we have a 6, ace, 2, 3, 4, and our 5 has turned itself face down. And now we're going to go ahead and fire off our 6th and last bullet. Bang. So here's our 4, our 3, our 2, our ace. There's our 6, and here's our 5. And let's go ahead and turn the 6 face up. Now, you're probably wondering why, when we shot all the bullets, was nobody shot. And the answer is that, well, perhaps you were not paying too close attention, because if we looked at all of the uniforms, they were all blue. But actually, there was a lot of blood, because if we look at everybody closely, you'll see that everybody is completely blood covered. Everybody is blood covered. And that, my friends, is now a successful performance of Revolver Fully Loaded. Okay. All right. There we go. Whew. Oh, man. That one was, man, it was going so well, and then we had to start over in the middle, but I think everything was fine. Now, if anybody has ever seen me mess up the same trick multiple times, there's usually enough. Hopefully, I don't mess it up so much, like in the same, but there's usually enough evidence to like reconstruct the trick. Like that one, yeah, that was. I mean, now that you've seen it twice in a row, and you saw me do the one. Okay, let's see. That was Revolver Fully Loaded. Thank you for that request, Keo Demon. Thank you for finding another boss trick. Actually, let me put that in the spreadsheet before I forget. I found that sometimes I have to like re-watch the stream to be like, crap, which one was the boss trick? But no. Let's see. Orion Sen says, I was that kid in school, couldn't play a single instrument, really wanted to make music, and people would come up to me because they couldn't work out a song, and they would say, hey, they had an idea, and I would work out the lyrics for them and say something like, I think it should go, na 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 na, rum rum rum, squeezy. They translated that, and suddenly everyone loved the song. Me sitting in the shadows, like, I helped. Let's see. The back change stuff always impresses me beyond, says Orion said. Andres, Schaffer Stern is big sad. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Look, I know that this is a safe place. If I mess up, it's not that bad. I use it for practice. Honestly, it lets you guys in on a little bit uh, of the magic as well. And I feel fine, like, you know, I think if honestly, if any of you guys were interested in magic, I would be fine teaching it to you, you know. So I feel very safe. I know everybody's a friend here. So thank you very much. Thank you for all the claps and emotes. Shuffer Stern, Andres, Keo Demon, Shuffer Stern, Double Triple, Charlie's Beats, Orion Send. Andre says, it can't be. I killed those cards. I thought it was a joke. Nah, Andres. The blood is on your hands. Wait, wait, Andres, look at your hands right now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Your hands are clean. It's good. Shuffer Stern says, mine are still alive. Ha ha ha, says Andres. Kagome says, I was always the person people wanted for group work, but never got the credit. Before 2021, whenever I had any jobs, I was the person that found improvements, but others took the credit. Oh, that sucks. Trick name ideas. The Flying Crayon. Hmm. The Flying Crayon is not inspiring me as much as shampooing the chocolate cake. Andre says, no! An ad break is starting soon. All right. Okay. All right, I know I did last call a while ago, so I'm actually going to close the queue. So we have two tricks left. I'll do those two, and then I'm also going to do a finale. So let me add, let me see here. That one's probably a good finale. Um, Here, okay, cool. But yeah, let's go ahead and get ready to perform the next trick. But actually, we will wait until after this ad break because I think if I start it, it will get interrupted. So we don't want to interrupt. Okay. Kagome says, not all my ideas are great, just came into my mind. Well, thank you for sharing what was in your mind. So thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, like, I'm also of the firm belief you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So you gotta shoot, right? Um, Orion Sen says, relatable, but because of that happening in school so much, my mom was that pain TM. She taught me you very early that never tolerate it ever so by the time I was working. Nope, I did all of that. They did nothing. And if there were objections, really, Dave, do you want to explain how you programmed this? Yeah, I don't like the fact that there were people that would freeload back in school. But I mean, I think there were not as many systems to deal with that and less sympathy when I was a kid. I think now that kind of thing is effectively not tolerated. Um, in like schools and academic environments now. And also like just kind of what Orion Sen said last, like it really, Dave, do you want to explain how you program this? Is like, stick it to them, right? Like call them out on it. It never made any sense to me. Like there was like a time in culture where it was like, ratting out on people was like seen as like a negative thing. But honestly, if they were not doing anything, like they should be called out on it, right? So, all right. Okay, I think people are coming back from the ad break now. 5-person project, but everyone gets any full grade. Yep, whether they did 10% of the work or 90% of the work, they share the grade, which is certainly a travesty. An equal grade, so therefore, yeah, I was the only one hauling the thing. Yep, that happens. I was saying during the ad break that, yeah, I don't know why that was allowed during the times when I was in school. I actually think there would be less tolerance for it now. But yeah, Kagome says bosses would get mad that I'd get my work done and not have more work to do, and then be mad that I wanted to do creative stuff. I mean, yeah, why get mad that somebody gets their work done, right? Like, all right. So this next trick is called the Chicago Opener. And we are first going to need a card selected. So here, let me just go ahead and spread these cards out. And if anybody is on desktop and would like to click on a card, um, we can have that be the card selected. So go ahead and click directly on the screen if you're on desktop. I know if you try and do it on mobile, you just pause the stream. Apparently, there was a way to do it, but I did not note. I forgot who told us about that way. Was it Mark Rides? I think that told us about a way. I think the workaround was like to to go to some other site and basically use that site as a portal, but then that site would like simulate the click for you or something. All right, so I see that there were two. I don't want the clicks to be wasted. So let's go ahead and do it this way. Okay. So um, let's first do this card. So that we only want to remember one card at a time. So let's go ahead and I'm going to close my eyes, turn my head, and I will flip this card over and chat. Let's have somebody remember the card or multiple people remember the card. I'm going to flip it back down. Okay. Can somebody in chat just confirm, yes, I know what it is, or got it, or thumbs up? Yes? All right. Lindsay Harvey, welcome in. How's it going? Excellent. So we're going to go ahead and lose this card into the deck. And got it? Yes, got it. All right. Excellent. Welcome in, Lindsay Harvey. How you doing? Good to see you. Guys, you're not following our friend Lindsay Harvey. Lindsay Harvey, variety gamer, but also a magician as well. So definitely give Lindsay Harvey a follow. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Good to see you, Lindsay. Um, if you guys are also envious of decks of cards, Lindsay, he's got a bunch of different decks as well. So sent a picture of it, I think, to us in my Discord. So feel free to check that out. All right, excellent. So we've got it. So here's what we're gonna do. we're gonna go ahead and grab some of that red paint earlier on my finger, and I will go ahead and place it on the deck. As I place it on the deck, I think one of those cards will turn red. Let me also go ahead and grab these heat maps and eat them. All right. Musicians and magicians, says Kagome. I love the wording of deficiency in the ability to shop a digital storefront. That's fabulous and thank you. Lol, thank you, Orion said. My Twitch favorites and game shows. So here, let me go ahead and spread the deck. Now, one of these cards is not like the other. Can you guys guess? I think it's this one. Can you guys guess which card's not like the other? It's this one. All right. So, go ahead and let me know. I'd like to buy a towel. Oh man, my mama got hot. All right, buy a vowel. Sesame Street. All right, guys, let me know what was the card, and it's okay to tell me. The Eight of Diamond, says Lindsay Harvey. Well, the Eight of Diamonds, right here. Indeed, that is correct. All right. Um. Okay. So, now let me go ahead and grab this card. So this is now the bottom card of the deck. Okay. So, uh, I saw it, so it's okay. But here we have the King of Spades. All right. So let's go ahead and cut that into the middle of the deck. Now, let's go ahead and grab some red paint. One of these cards is not like the others. Um, hey, wait, I don't see. Let me grab some more red paint here. I don't see a red card in here. Red card, come out to me. Wait, was it the hold on. Was the King of Spades? Guys, I don't I don't see the King of Spades in here. Are it, wait, there is a red card here though. Could this possibly be? There is a red card there, says Lindsay Harvey. I know, right? Actually, yeah. Let me just show you just for a second, really quick. There is no King of Spades here. You can inspect yourself. There's no King of Spades. It's that one. Actually, this is the other black king, the King of Clubs. But there's no other King of Spades. And that, my friends, is a slight variation on the Chicago opener because we had two selections at the beginning. So normally we do have two selections, but they happen sequentially in the trick. But this time we had two and we just had them front loaded. So I had to adjust a little bit. But otherwise, I think actually it went really well. Let's see. Orion Send said, "All right, yeah, I know that I missed some discussion above. Some Sesame Street buying a vowel. Yeah. Oh man, my mama got hot," says Lindsay Harvey. Um, and then let me see here. I thought maybe we were heading towards Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. 42. Random fact about me, says Orion Send. I have a script sitting in my mental refrigerator for like 15 plus years about a group of people watching Jeopardy as the main thread that runs everything together. That sounds cool. I would be interested in exploring a story about a Jeopardy script. Orion said. You let me know if that ever becomes reality. um, Lindsay Harvey says, "There's a red card there." That's right. That was the red card. Yep. And then Andre says, Actually, has anybody ever seen? I think what was it? The movie Finding Nemo. When I do this, I immediately want to say mine, 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 mine. All right. Orion Sen says, "I love moments where I can't tell if it's performance or confusion." Let's see. Kagome says, "You should start writing it, story, play, screenplay, whatever. I've written a couple of plays and a lot of skits and a lot of short stories." Um, so Orion and Kagome, I don't know if you guys knew, I am a fan of creative writing. Um, I have written a bunch of short stories as well, and I I actually minored in creative writing, so I enjoy that as well. I don't do it as much as I would like as a hobby, but actually I've been able to get an outlet for it because I kind of like write my scripts for my magic tricks and stuff, so I do get that creative outlet. Thank you kindly for the claps. Shuffer Stern, Charlie's Beats, Andres, Double Tribble. Lindsay Harvey says, good adjustment. Thanks, Lindsay. I'm probably saying that because Lindsay Harvey, also magician, knows how that trick is done normally. So thank you. That means a lot. Orion says, I did. I have it, but unfortunately, an act decided to shred like 3/4 of my physical written work. So awesome for me and that person because also why just why? Yeah. Oh, that sucks. I'm so glad for Google Docs now. Ha ha ha. Kagome Shukas, I love the seagulls finding Nemo. Mine? Mine? Lindsay Harvey says, I majored in creative writing. Imagine my Asian parents, says Lindsay Harvey. Dude, that's so cool. I did not know you majored in creative writing. That's actually interesting. Um, yeah. So it's funny story. I am technically published once, but only because my college class, one of my creative writing classes, actually had a professor, and I don't know if he was just saying this or if he secretly did it for like P1TM Games. Thank you so much for the raid. We are so similar, says Lindsay Harvey. Welcome in, P1. Guys, you're not following P1TM. Let's do a shout out for P1TM and then also do a P1TM just without the games as well. But welcome in, P1TM. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Greatly appreciate it. How was the stream today? What did you play? It looks like. Let me see here. You were streaming EA Sports FC 26. How did that go? Did that go well? And thank you so much for the raid, P1. Played some FIFA. Awesome. Well, welcome in. You are here. We are near the end of stream, but I have at least two tricks left. But you know what? There's one trick that I normally show that we have not done today, even though I think P1's been in here when I've done this trick, but that's okay. We can do this trick. So I'm going to add one here, and we'll do this one for the Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hopefully you are doing well. If you have never met me before, hi, my name is Nam, also known as Crazy Asian, spelled this weird way on Twitch, and I like to do sleight of hand card magic on Twitch on Sundays. I call it Sleight of Hand Sunday. So, um, so let's go ahead and do this trick to thank our Raiders. So, guys, I don't know if you have. Oh, look, Chef Stern is also in chat right now. So 9 of diamonds. If I go ahead and I take Schaffer Stern, and let's say Schaffer Stern happens to log off for the day, well, perhaps when I have my next magic stream, we might see Schaffer Stern here in chat because, look, now, of course, I will eventually end stream, and so perhaps nobody will be in chat after that because there will be nobody to chat to. But look, if we wait and we go live maybe the next week, we will see Schaffer Stern again. Is that strange? That's a little bit strange, right? Now, some people think that perhaps I created an account and I called it Schaffer Stern. I didn't, but and so maybe they think I cheat. And so look, we'll place Schaffer Stern here and place this whole thing in the middle here. And if you try and search my computer, you won't see Schaffer Stern there or here. But if we go ahead and have another stream, we might see Schaffer Stern in chat. There we go. I know that that was technically for the Raiders, but we just so happened to get Schaffer Stern's card, and Schaffer Stern's in chat. So, anyway, also, if anybody wants to sign a card, we have many ways to sign a card. So, boom. We have, let me see here, 2, 4, 6. I think we have 6 or 7 cards left in this deck. And then after that, we will open a brand new deck. And we'll start all over again. Thank you kindly for the claps, Schaffer Stern, Andres, and thank you for the raid, P1TM. Thank you for bringing your community over, and hopefully you had a wonderful stream. I'll totally understand if you need to raid and run. I know what it's like to end stream, and you're like, oh, but if you want to stay too, you got a couple tricks left. And I did see the warning for the ad break starting soon, so I won't start the next trick until after the ad break. So let's go ahead and do that. I will get ready for the next trick while we wait for the ad break. And actually, I can also catch up uh, with some chat. I did miss a bunch of chat because of the raid and everything, so let me go back. I will catch up. Let's see here. Taking things over mind. So I'm just catching up now with so P1 in the house. I had an ex that was obsessed with doing the mind things, like it was a tick and maybe it was a tick and simultaneously just stop it, stop. Okay. I have a master's. Kagome says I have a master's in art in theater, bachelor of arts in theater, um, bachelor's of science in mass communications, journalism, and a minor in English. Think I'm a creative person and an ideas person. Welcome Raiders. Stream was fun. Played some FIFA. I wanted to do theater so bad, says Orion Send. But because of my economic background, there was always the undercurrent. Everybody's saying hi to everybody, which is nice. Glad to see that people know each other and saying hi. Um, Orion Sen says, "This is really good, but don't quit your day job." Hi, I'm in middle school. What day job? Sheffer Stern has the love emote with, presumably because we got Sheffer Stern's card. Um, Thank you kindly for the claps, Sheffer Stern, Andres. Oh wait, the ad break is finishing now. Thank you kindly for the claps, Sheffer Stern, Andres. Um, okay, let's see here. Kagome says did theater class in high school, is too busy with honors college and journalism course college other than taking theater classes for electives, then taking care of sick parents, then went back to college eventually for theater, got involved with community theater right before that after a friend passed away when I asked myself what he would tell me to do. And those are the moments when you make a decision for yourself. And those are the moments that shape you. Um, Orion Sen says, wildly relatable. Only my friend passed away in high school, but I asked myself the same question. Crossroads. Andre says, I'm signing off for now. Have a good night and good stream. Thank you for the stream, Crazy. Andres, thank you so much for hanging out and being here and requesting. Have a good night. Good to see you. Take care. Sleep well. All right, we have 2 more tricks, and then we will end the stream. Queue is already closed. I I've gone later than I normally do, but you know what? I usually end because either I'm tired or I have something to do the next day. And the one thing about being unemployed is that I don't actually have anything to do the next day. So if people still want to see magic tricks and people are requesting tricks, I'll hang out. Like that's fine. Okay, so next up is two card Monty. So here we have the box. I'm just going to use it for a platform. If somebody was here, I could have them use their fingers. I'd ask them to hold their fingers like this, and then they will hold the cards like this. Since I don't have that, we're just going to place them on top of the box. Here we have the two kings, and this is not so much a trick as it is a game. The game is trying to remember which one is on the top. So in this case, if I have the king of hearts, you must have a lot of people would say king of diamonds, right? And so I'm going to show you how magicians would swap out the cards. So they slide it in between your fingers, and then they pull out the other one really fast. This would look a lot better if the persistence of fingers were holding it down. But now if I have the king of diamonds, you must have the king of hearts, right? Okay, so now we're going to swap it at speed, and we'll swap it once, swap it twice, and then I'll place it here. Now, would you be impressed if this was the diamond and this was the heart, or would you be more impressed if this was the heart and this was the diamond? And at this point, I think a lot of people are either confused or they're like, "Ooh, I wasn't paying attention." And also, I'm going to let you know that normally I like using the card of the person who requested, which in this case was Charlie's Beats. So I should have used the Ace of Spades and Ace of Clubs. So let's fix that right now. And that, my friends, is be honest. What is it? It's more famously known as Two Card Monty because that's what David Blaine made famous in his Street Magic special on TV when it aired on TV for the very first time. Man, I can't imagine like going back to the days of television that was broadcast because like now it's like, man, let me see that again. I'll like rewind it or just like scrub on the and it's like, man, kids nowadays will never understand what it was like to watch TV and like not be able to go back and catch the thing, or I have to wait until like it airs again, or like if it was like a syndicated TV show to like wait until that exact episode like shows up again, or you have to wait until you buy it on VHS tape, which also you couldn't scrub or go directly. You had to rewind or fast forward while playing in the VCR. Man, kids nowadays. um, Thank you kindly for the claps. Kyo Demon, Double Triple, Charlie's Beats. Kagome is responding to Orion Send. Also, if you have a good community theater, economic status shouldn't matter at all. I'm not talking about good as in everybody is so talented, but people usually are. But that they somehow keep themselves running and have a kind community. Just to any audition for a show, and you never know if you'll get cast. Oh yeah, yeah. Had to wait and wait. That's talking about the broadcast TV. Let's see. Orion Sen says, I remember the ads for Learn Street Magic VHS and being overly excited because it claimed it teach you how to hover. so, so if anybody remembers watching the Street Magic, David Blaine, as one of the tricks, he would basically float. And that's kind of like the hovering thing that Orion Sen is talking about here. And when you learn how to do that, you are going to be so disappointed. When I learned that, I'm like, no, is that no? And I'm like, no. So yeah. Kagome says, thankfully for the shows my family found really important. We had a VCR, so we taped shows and we could rewatch them. That, yes. So if you had a VCR and had blank tapes, I actually remember a bunch of my VHS tape memories were overwriting TV shows. And um, I got angry, I think, probably at my parents once because they taped over like a show that or a movie that I had recorded. And now in retrospect, like I was like, well, I can certainly watch those shows or whatever because that are available freely digitally somewhere, or or I could pay. But like those memories, like I could never get the recorded memories back, right? So it makes you really kind of wonder and think, like, what's really valuable in life. Um, I know this is probably a really depressing topic to bring up, but there's this YouTube channel that is put on by this nurse, and I just want to preface it as nurse, but she's really a hospice nurse. And I don't, you guys that know me, chatting for a bit, or like in other chats or something, you know that I like philosophy, but like one of the things um, that come up a lot is like what is valuable in life, and how do people respond during their last moments. And this hospice nurse discusses like what these people are most regretful about and what they think about. And you know, if you never really thought about this yourself, like certainly you can take a few minutes to think about it and be like, if you were on your deathbed tomorrow, right, what would be the things that you regret the most in your life? And I've kind of had this philosophical mindset for a while because, like, okay, I'm going to confess this now. I think I mentioned it once on stream, but I almost never talk about it. But I was depressed and suicidal a very long time ago. And there's a whole story as to how I got out of it. Mark Rides, thank you so much for the resub for 22 months. Mark Wright says, it's been fun, but my budget has changed and this might be my last sub for a bit. Wish I could support you more. Mark Wright, thank you so much. I completely understand if, yeah, budget changes. Like, obviously, if you can't afford it, I don't expect anybody, but I greatly appreciate it, Mark Wright. Thank you so much. Um, guys, Mark Wright, signer of the King of. Hold on, let me find it. King of Hearts. Thank you so much for the sub, Mark Rides. Greatly appreciate it. But yes, totally understand. And I also thank and appreciate you for all the support you provided me. And also, guys, if you didn't know, Mark Rides has been instrumental in me getting some of the tricks on my trick list as well. So definitely, if it wasn't for Mark Rides, some of the tricks wouldn't be there. But yeah, so I've been living my life in a way that hopefully, if I was to pass tomorrow, I don't regret much. Oh, I just heard my kid stirring. Let me check the webcam really quick. But one of the things that I told myself, I'm gonna confess this. I was I was depressed and suicidal a long time ago, and getting out of that was like an entire experience. That's like a whole story I could probably tell for like an hour. So I'll reserve that for probably another like another time, not tonight. But my immediate family life, like where I was a kid and my parents, was not very good. And there are certain events that led up to, I might not be alive today if things hadn't gone the way that it did. And I'm glad that I got out of it, but getting out of that completely changed my entire perspective on life. And like the reason why I could even be a person today. So like I was a shy and quiet kid before that. And then after, I basically almost changed overnight. It wasn't like overnight. It was like 3 weeks. But like that's like I completely changed the person that I was over 3 weeks, basically. And since that very moment, which was sometime in middle school, when I entered high school, I was like this person that was just like I had so much desire and ambition to do things, and I'm like, you know, I could be dead. What's a little embarrassment? That kind of philosophy. There's a little bit more specifics to that, but I won't get too deep into it right now. But that's effectively the thought process. And then I kind of lived that way, like basically for the rest of my life. So through high school, a lot of people hated high school. I loved high school. I went through college. Some people hated college. I loved the college experience. I did a lot of the most interesting stuff I did in college. After college, I got a job, met a girl, married the girl, got a house, and here I am. But then I did all this other cool stuff, like I became a magician, right? Like started streaming on Twitch. Um, have a YouTube channel, like that kind of stuff. So I'm not like greatly successful at all of any of that financially, but I'd like to think that it has been worth something and has meant something. Uh, it certainly does to mean something to me. And for those of you who are in my community, who hang out with us, who chat with us here, this is maybe one of the most heartfelt times I've ever talked about any of this kind of stuff on stream. So, um, yeah, you guys mean a lot to me. Okay, I'm gonna try not to cry, guys. I'm gonna try not to cry. I'm gonna sniffle a little bit, but it's the allergies, I swear. It's just the allergies. Let's see. Lindsay Harvey says, "Watch me float." No, you have to stand over there though. Further, okay, but to the right a little bit. Kagome says, "I still find magic so neat, even after reading how it's done." Um, Orion says, "We didn't record them, but the specials were rerun so much that it didn't matter." Yeah, the specials on rerun. Anyway, thank you for the resub, Mark Rides. Greatly appreciate it. Lol, luckily I couldn't afford tapes, but my parents were quite wise to it. This only works on TV. Kyo Demon says, sad. I mean, it. Look, I could be way more boring than I am, uh, and I am certain that if I survived, but did not have the experiences I did, I would just be like a regular dude that nobody would care about. So, um, Lindsay Harvey says, "I'm proud of you." Thanks, Lindsay, and thanks for the hug, Keo. Thanks for the heart double triple. Thank you for the hearts, Bert. Okay, all right. So, yeah, you know what? I do want to share. Look, I know that there are streams where people talk about mental health. I know it's a very important thing because I just told you that I went through this experience a long time ago. I don't talk about my experience much. Um, I used to call it like my life story, and I did write like a novella once that kind of described it. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I'll probably have to set aside some time. Kagome says, "People think I'm shy when I just need to warm up to a situation. It just depends on how long and the community. Like here, it only took a tiny bit of time because everybody was so welcoming. But the first thing was just loving sleight of hand and illusion. Yeah, I mean, I would hope that if you are here on Sleight of Hand Sunday, that you enjoy magic, because otherwise you just have to enjoy the community. Which, I mean, I've just hung out in some people's streams, not necessarily because I cared about the main thing, but like talking with them, right? Like I love being in small streams because it feels like hanging out with them. And that's kind of like what I like. Some of the big streamers, I enjoy some of those streamers, but like it doesn't feel the same and like I can't interact as much, right? Lindsay Harvey says, "Seriously, us sharing an Asian background, we both know stereotypical expectations are true from our parents, and they measure success only one way. You are successful to me," says Lindsay Harvey. Thanks, Lindsay. I'm successful by my own metrics because I stopped measuring the way that other people measure me a long time ago. So, ad break is starting soon. I'm an ambivert. I need some social interaction, but then need my introvert time to recharge. Totally understand. Lindsay Harvey says, "Same here, man." Kagome says, "Yes, the streams with the same small groups where you get to know each other, the ones that I love. That's great. Yeah, I love these too. So I was almost like telling chat a while ago. It's like I don't know what I would ever do if these became like hundreds of people, 50 bajillion people chatting. I don't know if how I would deal with that. like, like this is like it feels. I feel like maybe about like a dozen people is like there's enough people that it feels busy, but like it's intimate, right? So Lindsay Harvey says, all right, I'm glad this is just for the subscribers because I'm going to read this out loud. But if you're not subbed, you're not going to hear me read this. Lindsay Harvey says, I have no length, but all girth. I measure girth, says Lindsay Harvey. And I'm going to ask, is that what they called you in high school? That's only for people who have been here before and know the joke. And I'm glad that only people who subbed would have heard that. And actually, Lindsay would not have heard that because he is not subbed and probably seeing an ad right now. Oh, okay. P1TM says, I heard that. Oh, P1, did you just get served too many ads, or is it because you're the raider, or because you have Twitch Turbo? I guess that's fine too. Orion Sen says, mayhaps ironic considering being a psych major, says Orion Sen. Oh, okay. All right. The ad break is finishing, and so perks of being in the UK is that less or no ads in general. P1TM. That's right. So yeah, because you're probably not going to be fed as many ads. Well done. You can just be in a foreign country. That makes sense. All right. Wait, where in the UK? Says Mark Rides. All right. So, um, London says P1TM. Oh, that's interesting. P1. So I'm in the interview pipeline for a company that is based in London. So if I get this job, there's a non-zero chance that I could visit London. So we shall see. Setting VPN to London in the future, says Mark writes. Nice. Okay, guys, it has come to be that time. Thank you everybody for coming out and hanging out with me tonight. We had a lot of great fun chatting today. We did some tricks with some extra add-ons. We had some silliness too. So now I'm interviewing at Hogwarts as Lindsay. You know, I would fail an interview at Hogwarts, Lindsay. P1 says, when I was in Canada, I was getting unholy amounts of ads. Yeah, Orion says, it's very me. So, but thank you guys for coming on and hanging out with me tonight. Thank you to everybody who interacted with the stream, whether you chatted in chat, clicked on the heat map, chose a card, requested a trick, did a sound alert, any and all of those things. Thank you guys so much. If you didn't do that, this wouldn't be as much fun for me. Thank you for everybody chatting today. I think we had wonderful conversation through the old nostalgia of television shows to some of the most emotional, deepest things that I talked about recently to some of the um, incredibly ridiculous medical and contractor situations that others have had to deal with. This is just nuts. Ryan says, writes an entire essay, add something your fart joke. Oh man. Um, Thank you for all the support today. Thank you for the resub, Mark Rides and Keo Demon. Thank you for the bits, Keo Demon as well. Thank you for the raid today, P1TM Games. Um, And also, thank you to everybody who had a watch streak. So, let's see here. Charlie's Beats, Andres, Chan the Magic Man, thank you for the watch streaks. Thank you to all the lurkers out there. Magic is one of those rare art forms where if I'm doing magic at home, there's no magic happening because the magic has to happen in your mind. And let's give some mod love to our mods. I think we saw everybody, basically everybody today. Guys, if you're not following our friend and mod Chan the Magic Man, um, Felden Kane, and Gibson Lens, please give them a follow as well. They're all streamers in their own right. Kakome says, didn't mean to send T. T. Let's see here. What else? SROM Music, welcome in. How's it going? Guys, you're not following our friend SROM Music. Please give SROM Music a follow. SROM, have you been lurking more than just right now? If you have, thank you kindly. Greatly appreciate it, and hopefully you enjoyed a bunch of the tricks tonight. Um, yep. All right, excellent. Thank you, SROM. Appreciate it. Mildly affirmed, says Orion Send. Guys, if you want to see more of me and I'm not around, you can check out my YouTube channel. I have over 350 magic tricks. Still growing, but at a slower rate. And if you want to see when I go live, probably the best place to do that is to follow me here on Twitch and check out the Discord. If you want to chat, Discord's the best place. Just come in, post things. I have a ton of different channels with a ton of different categories of stuff, so feel free. I post a lot of stuff just to share because, like, I'll post like articles and videos and puzzles and things. So come hang out. Estrom says, always appreciate your Sunday streams. Thank you, Estrom. Greatly appreciate it. Lindsay Harvey says, still growing but at a slower rate was my nickname in high school. Oh, Lindsay Harvey, your last comment, I also said, but you didn't hear it because you were on a you were on an ad break. But the one it was let me scroll up. Hold on. It's I have no length but all girth. I measure girth. And then I asked, was that what they called you in high school? Oh man. Kagome says there was a guy that entered a newspaper wordplay contest two less than a dozen times. He was hoping one of his entries would win, but no pun in 10 did. There you go. um, that called me plate. I'm just gonna call that Donkey Kong, but we all know what the that means. Uh, that called me plate Donkey Kong in high school. It was like a CD. All right. Okay, guys. I'm going to go ahead and do this finale trick, and then, assuming it goes well, we're going to find somebody to raid cross the line. All right. So, here I have a packet of cards. We have a six of diamonds, a queen of clubs, and then we have one, two, three, four other cards. Now, you'll think that these cards look normal, but when I turn them over, you'll see that they have backs on two sides. All of them except for this one. This one's a little bit weird. So this is when they know what the back will look like, but they don't know what face is going to go on it yet. And so that's so here with this particular packet of cards. When they have a strange property, when I hold them over another card, they will reflect the cards. And I don't know if you can see this, but now they all, one, two, three, four, are six of diamonds. Now, when I take this same packet and I reflect it over the queen here, queen of spades, I don't know if you can tell, but look, all of the cards now turn into the queen of spades. One, two, three, four. See, I almost did that missed stutter thing again that we did earlier. But actually, you'll still see that they're all still queen of clubs right now. And actually, this weird card, it's not until the blank side hits up that something strange will happen. Because now if I show you one, two, three, four cards are all blank. And actually, some people are like, can I see the backs? And I'm like, yeah, sure. One, two, three, four. And that, my friends, I will call a successful, though slightly scuffed performance of Dazed. And then let me catch up with chat here. Lindsay Harvey says, cross the line, I'm walking back. Kagome says, trick name idea, squeezing the marimba. I know you said marimba there, but when I first read it, I almost saw it as squeezing the mamba. And with Lindsay Harvey and all of his, that's what I was called in high school jokes. You obviously, now hopefully that leads you to believe, know where my mind went with that. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna write down squeezing the marimba because I'm gonna write down squeezing the mamba. So yeah, squeezing the mamba. These are brilliant trick name ideas, by the way. No, I know what a marimba is. I know it's a musical instrument, but that's not what came to my mind. So I'm inspired by squeezing the mamba. No, nobody clipped that. Orion Sen says, I find something mildly satisfactory about when people flick the cards. I don't know why people get Freudian on me. I just really enjoy it. Stop! Everyone's having their brains go in the same direction, hence the squeezing comment. Oh, okay. We could just do a Weird Al thing and just have you know accordion? Something something polka? Alright. Polka dotting the uniform. Oh man, you guys. Alright. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out today. Super fun stream today. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid. Thinking of like big stage magicians, the quick change polka. Yeah, that could be a thing. I mean, polka dots are a thing, and quick change is a kind of magic where you're basically changing your outfit. There was a recent being like in the last 2 years, recent magician. She was a French fashion designer and magician, and she designed all of her own quick change. And what she did was, I think she changed like literally a dozen outfits on stage, like instantly. And I'm like, holy crap, that's insane! Like that's so fast. I would say quick change is probably one of the types of magic that is relatively unexplored as far as like how far and deep it can go, because quick change historically has been like maybe four outfits, maybe five outfits, but doing a dozen is nuts. Like that's like crazy. All right, let's see. Where do we want to go tonight? Oh, Orion says, "How far and deep?" Uh, Kagome says, "But those are often in the wings." Oh, I know all about people doing quick changes in theater. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm talking about quick change magic tricks. Actually, yeah. Let me write myself a note to share a quick change in my Discord. Oh yeah. By the way, if anybody wants to come hang out in the Discord, there it is. Let's see here. Hold on. Have I ever rated this person? Hold on. Let me just check my spreadsheet. I don't think we've ever rated this person. Okay, so normally they do music, but they're doing just chatting right now, and that might be really cool because I was kind of basically doing a lot of just chatting tonight. So you know what? Let's go over there. So, all right, guys, if you want to come along on the raid, here's a raid call. Is quick change when they turn an outfit inside out in like 3 seconds and it goes from a gown to a dress, pants, etc. Yes, Mark rides that change. No, we are going to. Oh yeah, if you guys want to, it's your sub raid. We're gonna raid over to Barnum Michael tonight, or at least we're gonna try, assuming that the settings allow me. Because last time we tried to do something with that with somebody, they did not allow raids. Okay, all right, the raid has started, so here we go. So Barnum Michael, I think he plays piano, guitar, sings, writes his own music. I haven't hung out there that much, but I've hung out there a couple times. So let's go ahead and raid Barnum Michael. All right, let me copy my own raid call before I forget. All right, everybody, thank you so much for coming hang out with me tonight. This is super fun. Thank you for hanging out. Mark Rides, Gibson Lens, Orion Sen, Kagome Shuko, Double Tribble, Kyo Demon, Lindsay Harvey, SRAW Music, Andres, P1TM. Good seeing you guys. Alright, remember to take care. Remember to hydrate. Remember to stretch. Remember to sleep well, because as we all know, it's really tough to get good sleep nowadays. And you have a glorious day. Bye. Fab as always, sir. We'll binge your YouTube and actually subscribe at some point. Sorry I did not stick before. No worries, Orion Sen. Appreciate it. See ya. No, you.